You wanna dance?
Hello, hello, hello. Try February there, Velocity. We'll be drawing that here in a moment. Let's get to... actually, wait a second. I'll be right back. I'm missing my glasses. All right. Did I misspell February? I did misspell February. Let me fix this up. I always screw up February. So those months, I forget there's an R in the middle of there. Damn you, Latin. There we go. Save. Save. Fix this up. Copy. Boop, boop. Boop. There we go. There we go. That should be better. How does Gleam work anyway if you win? I draw it and then I email you. I message the person however I can. If they reach out, they get it. The front of the AstroPub looks a little too high class for Paul. Ouch, Sandgroper. Ouch. Let's get to the bar, shall we? Yep, I told you. People thought I was being pessimistic. People got really angry. A lot of people are like, no, it's going to be January. And I'm like, no, it's not. Welcome everybody. We're going to be doing some smuggling today with 318 if I can remember to do so. I hear angry. We talking 318 release? Yes. I said back in freaking in December that it was going to release in March, and everyone was like, "Paul, you're being pessimistic." I'm like, all right, fine, maybe February.
Mr. Hyde.
Never.
Super chatted $20.
Ever.
Good evening, Paul. I watched Star Citizen live today, and I think it raised more questions than answers about. Melvin Smiley just resubscribed for 2 months.
Thank you, Melvin Smiley, for that 2 months of support. And Mr. Hyde's Monster, thank you for that $20. Good evening, Paul. Watched Star Citizen live today, and I think it raised more questions than answers about 318. Great to see you again, Paul. Let's kick this live stream off. Yeah, let's do the thank you for that $20 super chat there, Hyde. We're gonna actually watch the SCL because we've been doing here. But thank you again for all of that. Let's do some there. Yeah, all of it. We're going to sit here and watch all 1 hour of it. Because that's what we've been... it's what I used to do in the past, which was like we watch that first and then get into the game. So if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, skip to the 1 hour mark. I'll try and make a timestamp for that. Yeah, I'm going to draw them from January's giveaway.
take away my
But I get it through all these stuff. Spaceship.
Take away my space suit.
Spaceship.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Spaceship.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Dragon Diabolus just resubscribed for 73 months.
Jesus.
Wanna buy some narcotics?
73 months. There, Diablos, thank you so much for that 73 months. I'd say you rock, but fuck you. Love you, Diablos. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. He's Australian. That's how you show affection. Yep. Question: with Weekly Sneakily Peekily, did you see the part of the new area of Lorville, the WMD manufacturing complex for a new event, the Siege of Hurston, or at least I hope so. I mean, Hurston does make antimatter bombs, so it'd be interesting to see our terrorists try to take over a facility. I got a GeForce driver didn't install. How did you know I haven't seen SCL yet? I assume no one's seen SCL because no one watches it unless it's live. I almost certainly, because that's one of the that is one of the that is like exactly what why they wrote that lore in, because that was added recently. Hey Tree. Don't sleep on Distortion. I imagine Distortion is very good, considering they've improved it. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. There's an anti-Hurston. It's like United Workers of Hurston or something like that. UWH, which is started as a labor union and ended up as a terrorist organization. I watched it. As I said, I assume no one watched it unless they watched it live. The joke is that we call them United Workers of the United Workers Union of Hurston. Ubu. The cat girls of Hurston. No, I'll be interested to hear it, but I can almost guarantee you they'll send you in and they'll basically like, listen, none of those, like I can see this would be a perfect mission. This workers' rights group has taken over the antimatter refining facility and they've taken hostages. Clear out that group. I don't give a shit about the hostages. We can find more bodies. That antimatter is worth more than their lives. We've got schedules to keep. Like, that is very Hurston. That is Hurston to the core. People are disposable. Our reputation is not. That is their whole thing. That would be very good. That'd be a great little way of being like, oh wow, fuck the Hurstons. That's saying no one comes out alive. They just don't give a shit. Like, you're not getting bonuses for saving people's lives. All right, so that's been updated. Made them my biggest payer. I know, because they got the money, honey. At some point, I want to do, before the PTU ends, new launcher update. I want to get together with groups and do NPC pirating. Like, go to wait for like an NPC caterpillar to spawn and then just go take them down and see how well that works. Update the PTU. Can we be all wave? Can we all be wave 2? Sorry.
Anonymous just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you, Anon, for giving those subs to Who Would Knox and Pramster. You're both very important puppers, very impressive misters, very new pedestrians. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. I'm rocking Distortion Sentinel at the moment. Are you doing bounties? Let me pull up this. Hush you. I will not hear the slander. The outlaw missions against the Hersons and at the Gateway Drug, or the Gateway Drug 2 awful play, unlawful play? Yes, they are. Which is fine. Which is great. Oh, you said awful play. I'm like, What's going on tonight? We're doing, we're going to watch SCL, and then from SCL, we're going to move on to do Smuggling in the PTU. So, we're just talking a little bit. Let me draw the winner for, get rid of that and that. Competitions. So we have to delete this.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Sherry Katsune just resubscribed for 7 months. Hello there. Hope you're
Hey,
doing good, Paul.
Thank you so
Pub
much.
cheers.
Thank you so much for that. Let's do this. There we go. Should fix that. Did that give me 3 competitions now?
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Yes, Maximus just got a sub from Iris Dreadtide.
Iris.
Dreadtide gifted a tier 1 sub to Glad3S Maximus.
Thank you for gifting that sub, and see who else is that. Shiori, thank you so much for that that 7 months of support. You're all very important puppers, very impressive pictures, very new pedestrians. Y'all rock. Came for Paul, stayed for the Paul shuffle. Let's do that. So I'm trying to fix the... I screwed up the name, and Gleam was like, oh, you want to make 2 different ones? It's like, no, that's not what I want. So try exclamation point February in chat. That'll help you out a little bit. Can't seem to delete that one, so I'm just going to let it end right now. All right. January giveaway. All right, so let's draw the winner here. All right, and the winner is...
Anonymous just gifted 2 subs.
Thank you so much, Anonymous, for gifting those 2 subs to Kavion and Isidus. You're very, very important pupper, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. Y'all rock. Shots and cheers. More beers in there. That should be good. That one doesn't end. 30 days left. Okay, it's good. All right, let's get back to the bar real quick. We're at level 2 hype train. Dancing, congrats. Yes. So the winner is Game Lurchy. See if their full name, if they have a different one. I don't know who Game Lurchy is, but I'm double checking. All right. I will message them. Copy link. I have their Twitter, but I'm gonna email them real quick. They don't have a Discord, so it's harder to tell because they're also from Germany, so they're definitely not awake right now. Compose. Nope.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Adi Madeira just resubscribed for 21 months.
Adi Madeira, thank you so much for that. 21 months. That's nuts. RD, you are insane. Hey, Osalis, how you doing, buddy? Oh, that's nuts. Paul Shuffle, nothing but the Paul Shuffle. I am pulled left, right, and center. Thank you for that wonderful stuff. Can we get a shadow command for Osalis? Osalius? I can't say his name. Fantastic content creator. I'm good. Now, if you didn't win, if you're not Game Lurchy, it's okay. We're giving away a RSI Scorpius LTI game package, courtesy of CIG. Thank you, CIG. For entering for this month! !February. We're gonna be watching the SCL before we get started again. Before we go into the actual smuggling, and then we'll do some smuggling. Try to see how smuggling works in the new patch. Because for those who don't know, that is what I like to do. And I like to make guides on smuggling if they work. And smuggling has been sad boy recently, so. And there's some signs that it's actually pretty good this so far, so. All right. Oop, wrong one. Let's do the watch. Oh yeah, I forgot I gotta do this again. Desktop. Boop. There we go. All right, turn the music off. Run an ad real quick. I'm gonna skip some of this part, but.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Jared.
We're having one of those pre-game conversations. Welcome to Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee.
Enjoy these BTs.
We're back. We're back.
Thank you for them biddies.
5 weeks off for the holidays. Good chance to recharge our batteries. We're back here on Twitch.
Before we get for this, I'm going to kind of skip through some of the intro parts because it's the main people from Montreal and Todd Pappy. So who are here to answer questions. To give you an idea, because this is one of those things where a lot of people were concerned, like, why don't you think that they were releasing in January, Paul? How did you know? Well, I'm not psychic. You have to follow along some things that I know from previous experience with CIG, which is, as Jared will say, is that this month, he said it in ISC, this month, January, is dead month. It's when a lot of people at CIG take their time off. It's when they do a bunch of meetings. So like a bunch of people who are critical to game development who are say in UK are now in LA or in Austin. They go to the different locations. They do meetings. It's a bunch of planning and seeing where everything is and showing off cool shit, because a lot of times people will do side projects, and then it's this time when they get the chance to get together and show off those side projects for everyone to see and be like, oh, that's cool shit. So this is so basically anything that is not just cleanup is going to be abandoned during the month of January. Now that we're heading towards the end of January, we see ISCs coming back. We're going to see a lot of those individuals coming back as well. A lot of people I know who've been working over the holidays are now also taking some time off from CIG as well. Some people I've seen. So this is a pretty good indication. That just means that we're going to have to wait. And even this stream actually answered a couple of questions about a 318, because it's going to be rough. Jared also said something which I would like some clarification on, Jared, because you just stuck your foot in it, I think, on this one, but we'll see. I'm going to skip through all of this.
Talking about Star Citizen. If you've never seen Star Citizen live before, that's where we take about an hour out of the end of our week, pull some of our developers from really important work that they'd really like to get finished before they take off for the weekend, pull them over here and make them answer questions, which is ultimately their favorite thing, and do so on video, which is also one of their favorite things, but we always appreciate when they take the time to do it. On this week's show, our first show back, we are going to be talking all about Alpha 318, the patch that's been in development since yay old days. How long? That's 6. Yeah, I mean, since 317.2 went out in July. In July.
August.
July, I think. Yeah, that was our quarterly.
First week of August, Jared.
That was our quarterly patch. We called it 317.2 because it was off the 317 branch. But
I am pissed. I'm not angry.
That was our quarterly patch for.
Almost.
It had a weird name, but yeah, for the last going on 7 months now, shades of the 3.0 beard notwithstanding, we have been in this long path towards making what is easily the most ambitious and important and foundational patch to Star Citizen since 3.0 went out. It's not even a doubt. So with that, we're going to jump right in, and let me introduce you to this week's honored guests. Immediately to my right, Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd Pappy.
Hello.
Hey, Todd.
Good. Good to see you.
It's our own Todd. I am going to resist the urge. I am resisting the urge, Todd Pappy. If I see you, Todd, at CitizenCon, I will ask you to say into a camera, "It just works." Oh, it's so fucked up, but I'm going to do it anyways. See, it's Star Citizen's versions of Todd. But we're going to skip through this a little bit. It's a lot of kind of stuff. I'd suggest watching it if you've never heard of these folks before. But a lot of it is just introductions and kind of talking to people who they are and what they're doing. It really starts at about, I want to say about here-ish, 6 minutes in.
Yeah, and other people's babies, but yeah.
Yeah.
Decent handle on it from a
Hopefully, many of the breaking points that happened.
Yeah, you make a good point. It was living through the 3.0.
Yeah, it was for Star Citizen in its entirety would be kind of a good position. So the development
Of Turbulent.
That's
and Guillaume, our development director. What's your title now, Guillaume?
Director of Development. Yeah, indeed.
Director of Development.
Hey, everyone.
So we are talking all about Alpha 318. Guillaume, this is your first time on the live show, so before we jump into it, I do want to take like maybe a few moments and introduce you to the community. Who are you and what do you do? What does a development director do?
Absolutely. So
we don't know.
Ben keeps asking, and I never dare to answer him. No, so the development director. So essentially, I started with CIG and Turbulent when we started the kind of the game development team here in Montreal. So
he's been there for like 3 years.
Developing really inside Turbulent, the various teams that are in our now forming our development operations, and then through the course of this year, I had a discussion with Aaron, and we started defining what more global role, let's say, I could take, and discussing with Benoit and Marc Baudet and Todd and Aaron, we figured that director of development for Star Citizen in its entirety would be kind of a good position. So I kind of did my toes with 318 and trying to manage that the release of that of that release, and now.
I'm sorry, Guillaume. We dip his toes into the biggest patch since 3.0. Hey, Guillaume, here, we'll take you and throw you into the fire. God damn. Later, Scott.
It went like it was an interesting challenge, and I saw where I could help, so we kind of officialized it to become director of development for all of Star Citizen and working with the various studios we have throughout the world.
You picked the right release.
Yeah.
There's the joke.
A very smooth onboarding.
Yes, it's been real smooth, real great. A testament to your work, Guillaume.
Like, yeah, I tried everything to help. Okay.
Yeah.
Look at the bright side, Guillaume. It can never get worse. I mean, it could, but it's likely not going to get worse. This is a good trading point of view. 4.0 is not going to be nearly as bad as 318. Like 4.0, if 4.0 is bad, it's because of smaller issues which are much more manageable. The reason why 318 is bad is because of all of the back-end issues breaking all at once.
You know, it happens. It's when you're building something that's never been built before, and you're doing it in a way that's never been used to build it. How do you estimate? How long it's going to take? It's
trial and fire.
Yeah.
We've done, like, people have done server meshing before. That's not new technology, but I guess it's new for Star Citizen. But I think that's even then, it's probably not going to be nearly as difficult as 3S.
Interestingly enough, is coming into such a difficult release. It was quite interesting because it allowed me to see a lot of the breaking points and where we need to reinforce our production processes and our development processes. So it's kind of a, let's say, the silver lining is it.
In terms of length, it's going to be nearly as bad. In terms of waiting for it, it's hard to tell. Like, I could see 4.0 releasing next year the same time 318 is releasing this year, which is sometime in March. But again, my guess, not CIG's. But being in open PTU for much longer. Like being in open PTU before they go to break rather than, in February or whenever they're going to get it out. Just because they, there's not as much back-end breakage with 4.0. That's really the thing. And as they kind of bring it up in this live stream, they bring it up a lot. So
it's now I got tons of idea of what we can improve, and we've already been discussing with the production team on how to fix many of the breaking points that happen.
Yeah, I heard someone say that CIG's biggest issue is wanting to reinvent every wheel. To a degree, the problem is that when you make games, you always reinvent the wheel. There is no copy pasta for video game development. You can use like engines and you can try to stick as close as you can to an engine, but no engine is perfectly built for the game you want to make. So you're going to have to reinvent some wheels. My biggest issue with CIG is that they tend to, instead of just picking a basic thing that works and then experimenting later, they want to reinvent the wheel when it comes to things like UI. And it's like, no. I'm okay with a messy UI if it gets the game out faster, because we'll learn and adapt. And then you get to a point where you're like, cool, we've got all these features in. We don't need to fuck around with the AI, or the UI, because like, think about this. The UI is gonna break before they get all of the different features in. And they're gonna have to develop new UI for every feature. And that's almost certainly slowing them down. Instead of throwing up placeholder UI that just barely works and getting those features in, because we know that the UI slows them down. They've even said it. They have to wait for UI to get in and do all these sorts of things, because Chris Roberts is a perfectionist and all these sorts of... But if they had just kind of thrown basic bitch UI into most of these features, we probably would have had them a little bit faster. And I think that's my biggest issue when they try to like reinvent the wheel, if that makes sense.
3.0.
The map is so shit you can't keep it this way. True, they definitely need to fix the map, but like... If we just kept this map as it was and didn't worry about it, just got the rest of the stuff out, I would be okay with if we had faster development, but no fancy new map, because the map's going to break too. The map is going to break once they release it.
Quagmire that got us a lot of improvements on the back end, not just to the game, but in the way that we make the game. The whole quarterly release schedule came about because of 3.0. So that's not me sitting here promising anything. It's just moments like this are great for evaluating and realigning internally and stuff like that. So we'll see what positive moments come from that. All right, so enough of the preamble. One of the biggest features, we only have Benoit for a certain amount of time. Benoit's got to take off and go back to work. So I want to get as much of the PES stuff out of the way ahead of time while we got Benoit. So Benoit, we've already done videos on what PES is and how it works. And most people have a pretty decent handle on it from a
hopefully experienced.
You drop a thing and it stays there and whatever. But let's talk about PES from a player perspective. Not everybody has had a chance to jump onto the PT yet. Not everybody's had a chance to log into Twitch or onto YouTube and see other people who are playing it. So how has, and Todd, you can jump in here too, obviously, but how has PES changed the player experience so far in 3.18?
Ben, you want to start with it, since it's your baby? And other people's babies, but yeah.
Yeah. I think in terms of the player experience, the major change is really that, in 3.17, the servers recycle quite a bit, either if it's a 30,000 crash or a simple restart, right? Then the world comes back to fresh and vanilla, right? So like AI get back into their position, game world is all cleaned up. There's no more trash anywhere. And so I think the first player experience change there is that you start coming to servers that have been lived in, right? So things happen, like people stack stuff at areas, they left ships in areas you can find, and salvage element. I think salvage being in the patch has been great because it showed the potential of that feature coupled with persistence. So I think that's the number one change, is that you no longer come to a pristine world, you come to a world that's lived in. And I think that's a defining element of our MMO, right? We're slowly turning more and more into what an MMO should be, and I think persistence is the number one thing. So that's how I think the player experience has changed and will continue to change as players get more creative about what they can do.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that Ben says, and then add to it, even from a dev standpoint, we're learning, what we should do, how we should change missions, how should we create, gameplay or missions that would feed on some of the stuff that's been left around or cleaned up, so we're doing internal looks on it, but then I'm excited to see what, players will do with how they'll break the game,
The first thing is the first thing we know is that even on PTU, the engagement from people that have access currently has been great in finding ways to break the shards.
Yeah.
So that's been the part of the development cycle. I think that's been the most interesting for us anyway. Once the technology was built, was to see it run and then seeing how, now we have some zones that get hot because somebody dumped an entire C2 of boxes somewhere, and then we didn't plan for this loading mechanism to support it, right? So it's already like it's already fun, right, to see what can happen when the game world actually persists.
Yeah, that first example.
Side thought, any reason why they stopped the letter suffixes from the patch? Same reason why we have 318 and not 325 or whatever it is we'd be at right now. Because CIG doesn't want to have the bad reputation of being like, oh, we're on patch, blah, blah, blah. That, or just they just forgot, didn't bother.
That I noticed was, there's a lot of new racetracks in 318. People went out to Snake Pit and whatnot, and they saw the littered wreckage of other racers, and it instantly affected the way that people were racing, because as they were approaching a turn and they saw a bunch of crash wrecks, it's like, okay, maybe I'm not going to take this turn as flippantly as I might have otherwise, had done so. So that lived in, it starts to inform decisions and stuff. That's a neat aspect that, a weird thing that persistence, a weird way that persistence can affect the gameplay experience. Todd, you were starting to touch on it before about how PES has affected development. Mm-hmm. So, we were talking about how it's affected players and stuff, but talk to me about how it's affected design teams, props artists, anybody. It's because we've had to learn internally how to work with this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think right now it's still so fresh and new that we were finishing up tasks for 318, and now that we're picking our head up from getting a lot of these live must fixes done, now we're starting to look at, okay, how does this change, missions? How can we create like beacons? How can we clean up the world and everything? Now, Chris has been talking about this for a while, but now some of our dev teams can actually breathe now, and we can start working towards this. So whether it be like creating bends that you can basically throw away and then that deletes items from the world, or even, if a big event happens and then ship's wreckage are there, and now you can go and salvage that. Like, I think those are some of the interesting things that will arise. But then I think it'll really change the way that we're doing missions mostly. And for props guys, they're still going to be building the props the same way. It's not going to really change our art, or I think it'll change our art when we right now a lot of the things that we do in ships and we do with art is we basically bake it in, make it look lived in. And what we'll do, I think, in the future is basically clean that out. And so you'd be delivered a fresh ship, and then you dirty it up, you make it look lived in. And
thank you. Thank you. Holla fucking Luya.
And just like you would do if you just moved into an apartment or a house or something.
I think there's another thing too that we're slowly discovering. I mean, you can imagine this is gonna happen, but until you have it in your hands, is that I feel like there's many. You're right on the mission side, like that's gonna change a lot, because just as a player, your approach to a specific mission will be able to change, because you could, let me throw an example. You have a mission to go somewhere, you could prepare for that mission by hiding a ship in a cave nearby, and then that allows you to escape, or things like that. This is not something that would be possible before, because you most likely would lose the ship because it would get cleaned up by the vehicle manager. Whereas now you can actually leave stuff in the game world to help you in your mission, right? So whether it's supplies or whatever in preparation for it, or a PvP event, same kind of thing, right? But also I think that there's what we don't grasp just yet as far as an effect on the design teams is the fact that you get free persistence on items would allow gameplay loops that are built just by an object existing, right? So if I can, like currently, if I add an item to a player ship, it's not necessarily going to persist because it gets cleaned up, recycled, whatever. But now that it persists, you could actually like imagine gameplay loops where you attach a beacon marker on a ship and that stays with it until it's found, right? Allowing you to track the ship. And that's just free because you get persistence of all entities, and even in shards, right? So you could actually, you find a ship abandoned in the game world, but it has a tracker on it, but you don't have the tool to find it. So all of that stuff will sort of become naturally and influence the, I think, mission design, prop design stuff, and modulate how we build the game world. Like I really see the all these discoveries will show up once we actually release it to more players, and we'll realize that there are some things that we planned that would be difficult to build or would require engineering and systems to be built might just be almost done already. So I think that's going to be the effect. Ultimately, I'm hoping for it.
I think the cool thing about it is having played it a little bit is it increases kind of a density of content and the element of surprise when you go to a location to do a mission, but then you're gonna stumble on something else, and then maybe there's this wreck to salvage or something, and it's really interesting because it's essentially not only free content, but it's content that grounds you in the reality of this game and kind of tells a story by itself. And it's not a story that was curated by us at all. It was a story, like you said, Jared, like a story curated by the players, crashing around the track or these type of stories. So I think it adds a layer of depth to that universe that is super interesting.
Right, so you've
Yeah,
all
racetrack corpses were terrifying.
so you've all mentioned some version of, Benoit was like, you can hide this in a cave. We talked about things informing the racetracks, stuff like this. Guillaume talked about the density, stuff like this. But there has to be an upper limit of this stuff. So we've talked. There has to be a way to clean this stuff up.
Yeah.
There's got to be a point where the world just becomes the trash levels from Wall-E, and we've got to bring it back. So let's talk about how that works. What, if any, trash rules, garbage rules, cleanup rules exist in 3.18?
So we have. I don't know what Chris Bolte calls it, but it's basically like cleanup entities, and it's
the density manager.
Density manager. So thank you. But it basically regulates the density of a certain item, and it's per class, whether it be weapons or cargo or armor, so on and so forth. It's basically per class in a certain radius. So that radius could be 5 meters, that radius could be 30 meters. It really depends on how many are there. And then once it hits that upper threshold, then things will start being cleaned up and removed, but it won't go past. Meaning, let's say somebody, like Ben was talking about, where somebody drops a C2 of luggage or of cargo in an area. Well, it might be that only 20 cargo boxes can be there. Well, it's going to clean up everything except for those 20 cargo boxes. And then from there, if somebody throws in another one, then it'll remove one, and then it'll just leave. And it should be removing the oldest one.
And true or false, I hear this rumor occasionally inside. Has it ever been discussed, a janitor or a garbage person profession?
True. And
Janitor.
in fact, we had this discussion basically with
The Dark Janitor.
We've got some Montreal programs.
Dark Janitor. Hey, let me.
That discussion about them working on it and basically cleaning up the entity class, or allowing players to clean it up. Now, it could be used for garbage, but at the same time, it could be an incinerator. It could be some other function, so it's basically, it'll be a generic entity that will clean stuff up and remove stuff from the world, but it'll allow us to use it in multiple different ways.
Well, we've got.
I heard trash hauling. No.
I'm just imagining Luigi's vacuum cleaner going around sucking up stuff. While we have Benoit, I want to make sure that we do some of the more technical stuff while we have Benoit before we leave him here. How are the servers themselves doing? I was watching the Damoir Rally last week, and this thing's been going on for years. And for the very first time, they were playing in 3.17.5. But for the very first time, they had an event that was nearly 8-9 hours, and none of the servers they had 5 or 6 entirely full servers all of themselves, and not one went down the entire 8-hour period, which is awesome. Are we looking at that kind of stuff in 3.18 still? Is this a sign of things to come? What can you tell me? Was this just luck?
Well, I mean, I can tell you from my perspective, I think we're still always striving for as much stability as we possibly can, but obviously 3.17.5 shows you that these are point patches on top of 3.17. So the amount of stabilization that has gone into that, with us going live or going to wave 1, I think it was December 22nd, to now, we've increased our stability score that we track, whether that be on server or client side, and we continue to do that, and we have a certain bar that we want to hit. But I think, even now, I think that we'll need a 3.18.1 and others just to really kind of work out all the kinks. But go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, there's so for Daymar, there's definitely been updates in 3.17, right, that have helped in the latest patch. Because there's always like server fixes and server improvements always take priority, right? Because 30K is the enemy, right? But we all know that servers, as they age, their FPS go down depending on how many entities they have to simulate. And so, interestingly, for the Daymar rally this year, the servers were very stable.
I did see the video of it. I saw at least part of it, but I forgot. It was somebody I know who was doing it too. I don't remember who it was.
So there's a bit of luck involved, but there's also a lot of work that has been ongoing to support these kind of events, right? That helps stability. And so I'd say it's a combination of both, right? Probably younger servers that were also involved in it. So that sort of shows like, we always try to improve on that. Also, being in a single zone is sort of a better has sort of a better performance profile on the servers because they have less entities to load. Like if all the streaming bubbles from players are in the same area, it is sort of, there's a bit of a gain.
I like his
there.
Quake
I'm not
shirt.
saying it's major, but there's a bit of a gain. So that does help. So it's a combination of things.
I'm just remembering the Gates of Encourage event when I worked at Blizzard, and how putting everybody in one zone was not a good idea.
The client's gonna take different things, right?
So one of the aspects of 3.18.
Benoit says servers run on PFM. What do you mean PFM?
Being in a single zone is sort of a better has sort of a better performance profile on the servers because they have less entities to load. Like if all the streaming bubbles from players are in the
Pure
same
fucking
area,
magic.
it is sort of, there's a bit of a gain there. I'm not saying it's major, but there's a bit of a gain. So that does help. So it's a combination of things.
I'm just remembering the Gates of Encourage event when I worked at Blizzard, and how putting everybody in one zone was not a good idea.
The client's gonna take different things, right?
So one of the aspects of 3.18, it's relatively new, it's kind of gone under the radar, I think it's only been mentioned on Spectrum and whatnot, is the character repair tool.
Okay, here we go.
I know almost nothing about this, so we had a couple questions in Spectrum about it this week. So Benoit, what can you tell us about the character repair tool?
So you guys are familiar with the character reset tool, which is available for players in 3.17 to, it's like a panic button, basically, right? And allows you to basically reset your entire character account to be pristine, right? Based on the stuff, obviously the hard money purchases are restored. Some elements of this that are part of long-term persistence will stay, but effectively your in-game database, your inventories, your ships, your character all get destroyed and then they're rebuilt. Now, historically, that tool was needed because there was a lot of problems with the game stability on the back end side, and a lot of players would get into situations. I mean, we've seen every single case, like head attached to a mining laser, missing eyes, missing Moby glass, which has been a bug that's been plaguing us for a while. And so the character reset tool that's available for players has always been sort of the, oh shit, I need to restore this. Unfortunately, as every time you provide a tool like this, there's been performance issues linked to that tool because it has to do a lot of heavy lifting to reset your account. Like it's a lot of inventory items to move and restore. And so often in the past couple of years, we've had to stop resets in order to fix a back-end problem or performance issue related to that because too many people were resetting, for example. And so as we were looking at PES, one of the major changes in the back-end is that it's a lot more transactional. And so data corruption issues, we're hoping, I'm not saying there's not going to be problems, but we're hoping that at least in its design, this kind of issues is going to be much less frequent. And we also did not want to repeat the problem of the past, which was to allow a full reset, which is too costly in terms of recreation of items and transferring of items. And so, but we still need the games in development, so we want to provide players with a way to keep playing. That was always the objective, even with the original reset, was we want to get you back to playing the game, right? One of the side effects of the original reset is also that, as everybody knows, people have been using the reset tool for other purposes. For example, mass moving of items back to a start location to consolidate their inventories, things like that. And so the backend cost of these moves is gigantic overall, and so we can't support them anymore. And so that came about. Still, we need a way to.
Okay, he's probably going to explain this. I forgot this part, but I'm gonna do this real quick. But you also need to make sure that people who've purchased with real money get their stuff back. Without that option, you're opening yourself up to a lawsuit in places like Europe and Australia. Now, obviously, people haven't done that because they just are, it's not worth the time and effort and money. But, you keep promising it. It's been a year since you said you were going to do something like this, and you're still nowhere close to it. That should be a priority. Hey, expat. We're just kind of going over the latest SCL. So, how you doing? Really? Oh, it's pretty early in the morning for you. It's super late, isn't it? It's just early in the morning. All right. We'll be doing smuggling here in a moment, but I always do on Fridays watch the, or I try to at least. Watch the SCL.
In case an account is no longer able to play, we need a way to be able to reset it, to keep the person from...
Made in Ariana, yeah, that's what it was.
All the different kinds of issues that could happen for that. And the main one being, missing items on the playing avatar. So, like, if you don't have a movie glass, you don't have eyes, you don't have a head, your character can't really play the game functionally. And so we devised a new tool. So basically, the character reset tool that you have now will become a character repair tool. And the main difference is that it will no longer restore or destroy your game inventories and your ships. It will only repair your playing avatar. And so the goal is really to get you back in game and playing with everything intact, right? So the repair tool should also be a lot faster because it doesn't have to do all this heavy lifting of moving stuff and recreating entities and whatever. It really needs to find your playing character wherever it is. Let's say you're stuck in a rock and you can't get out of there, and then even if you force die, you respawn at the rock. I don't know how that could happen, but I mean, I've seen worse bugs. Well, when you repair, we're gonna basically search and destroy your playing avatar, and then give you a new avatar to your starting location that's going to be brand new.
Wait, Americans, caveat emptor. I can't remember the name of it. Buyer beware. That's the American law. Basically, if you purchase something, unless it was an absolute scam, you're fucked. And, you don't have a lot of rights going to, you could sue anyone for anything in Star Citizen, in America, but that doesn't mean you necessarily have the right to. So,
now there's some caveats to that. Like, obviously, we don't want to allow you to be able to bypass prison status and crime status.
So I can refund my taxes. I mean, that's what people do usually in America. We get tax refunds.
Do that. So there's a couple of things that will carry over. But we're hoping that this will be a much faster, much more enjoyable tool to keep playing. And the other side effect is that there are... Now, Todd's not going to like me, but I'm going to say it anyway. So there are some ship bugs that have not been fixed because you could just reset, right? And so by changing the reset into a repair, that will only repair your playing character, then we want to make sure that we can prioritize fixing ship bugs where ship becomes...
All right, here we go.
Take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can
never,
ever take away my space game.
code Sheffer has subscribed.
Hey, UEN code Shepard, thank you so much for that. 6 months of support. You are for 6 months in advance. Holy, thank you so much. You are a very important pubber, very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason why I'm drinking night. Shots of cheers to chat, y'all. Shots of cheers. Woo! 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 All right, let's watch this again. Space TurboTax V1.
Become unrepairable or unflyable or things like that, so that these bugs can be surfaced, and then our development director can come in and prioritize these issues because they affect players on the live systems, and we can't have the argument that, oh, we'll just get them to reset. So that's a bit of the why the changes there. So that's the long story short for the character repair versus reset. Now, customer service will still have the option to do a reset.
Think of them biddies.
Right? But those will be a bit more destructive.
Thank you, Shepard.
And restore an account, a playing character to a full pristine state. So that's the gist of it. I hope I'm not forgetting parts, but yeah.
No, I know there are others. There are some other technical.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely needed. Like I understand the point of it, and they want to try to ease the training wheels off of the gameplay, which is I'm all for. The problem is CIG can't have it both ways, which they often like to do. Which is they often like to say, we want to have the game to be this gritty, realistic, difficult. You feel like you're losing. You're like you feel like you're living in a universe, but they also don't want to piss off their whales. So it's like you can't do both. Unless those whales are really good at the game, they're going to suffer. Like you're going to need to find some way of doing it. And if you really want to make sure those whales aren't pissed off, you're going to have to invest some resources in doing something, even if it's a really temporary fix, in getting people so they can get their stuff back. It's just what you need to do. Yeah, CIG wants, like Chris Roberts has even mentioned multiple times that he was inspired to do Star Citizen from Demon Souls, the original Dark Souls. So like, I think there should be a store in game that you could repurchase your sub items. You can only buy them one item per day. That'd be great, but they'd have to actually build that store and code it and get it ready to go. Like that's the problem, is that they'd have to set aside resources to do that. And they said that they wanted to do that for a year, but they haven't had any movement on it. It's not like there's no progress tracker for it. There's no monthly updates about it. Like it's just silence. So with them moving to this repair tool rather than the reset tool, it's like, all right, this needs to be a priority then. Like you need to have some sort of way for them to do this, even if it's temporary as shit. Then having the entire everything about the store from scratch because it's CIG. Yeah. I mean, they probably would have to do it anyways, but like they can't keep doing that. They can't keep pretending it doesn't exist and like doing this and pretending like, no, we're not doing, because it's just going to get louder and louder. And as I've said, it's not something I'm like, oh, I'm through CIG, but it's like people have sued CIG in the past and they will do it again if CIG continues to like have people pay real money for stuff in a game and then have it be gone forever and not be able to retrieve it and at any time. That becomes a massive issue.
Limitations to some of the items that people have been using reset to recover, like subscriber items.
Here we go, yeah.
And stuff that are lost. So I mean, this version that's rolling out with 3.18 is not the final solution to all that stuff.
Yeah. For subscriber items specifically, there's a lot of ongoing discussions about how to treat them more as an entitlement you can sort of restore, right? But that design is still ongoing, of course, and we'll iterate on that reset. But for now, the main objective we have with the reset tool is really to get you to keep playing the game.
Yep.
Yeah, I get it.
Jazzle Newpar says that was the short story. If you spent 8 years with Benoit like I have, yes. That was the short.
I have met Benoit 2 or 3 times in my life, and Benoit is not short. He's not short, but he's also not short.
It's when he rubs his hands together. That's when you know you're gonna be there for a while.
Were there this case?
No, I get it, Fishy. That's not the point. The point isn't like will people win. The point is it's bad legal. It's bad at PR. It's like it's unnecessary. It's like some people will do it because they have the money to and they're looking to send a message, and like it's something CIG has been talking about for a year and had zero movement on it. And up until now, it's been okay because you could always do a character reset tool and get your stuff back. But if they're like, it's too much of a resource hog, then it's like, then you're going to need to put some of that resources towards this tool, another way of getting those things back to people in a meaningful effort. Because right now there is no evidence that this is being done other than, oh, we're talking about it. It's like, that's not good enough. You're taking people's money and refusing to give them the service. That's not how that works. Yeah, exactly. Like you're going to run into that problem, and it's not really an entitlement thing. I guess it kind of is an entitlement thing, but it's like a people paid money for a reasonable service. They deserve to have access to that service. It doesn't matter if it's early access or not. You're charging people money. My question is, where did he get his coffee cup? Why am I blanking on her name? There's a cosplay artist. She's fantastic. I saw her print one of those, and then after she printed one of those, it ended up on the set. I'm like, So I think she's sending a bunch of that stuff to them. So. Hildy, yeah, I think that's who it is. Yeah. We're talking 2022. No, we're talking subscriber items and how the subscriber items, like, because you have to pay for them. Like, you have to A, be a subscriber, and B, you have to actually pay real money, cash money. You can pay like $5 for like armor and weapons and stuff like that. It's a stupid investment, but people invested in it, you know.
Came in the chat. It's interesting. Were there any surprises that resulted from the implementation of PES? Things that we just didn't expect or anticipate. It's like, oh, that's weird, different, and okay, maybe we'll keep that. No, not bugs, but like, you can do that.
Maybe we just like jump point. I mean, that's what I do. I only read jump points. Here's why I subscribe. I don't really care about those things, but some people are very attached to that sort of thing. It's a matter of not necessarily are people doing it for real purposes, and more of, if someone spends money, do they deserve to get like something from that? No, I know he meant, I know that he meant the entitlement as in terms of entitlements to their account. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about saying that they deserve to get it back even if they do, or like they're talking about doing something. And what I'm saying is, like, legally speaking, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just going to say that. But based off of my limited experience, it's like I could see that becoming an issue. So, yeah. I mean, they're not an investment, but like people are buying it for their own reasons. It's kind of like if I buy a cup and I'm using this cup and this cup ends up being taken back by the company because of a recall. And I go, okay, I'll send it off to the recall. And they just kept saying, oh yeah, we'll get it back to you eventually. Eventually I'd be like, where's my fucking cup? I bought money for it. I can't use my cup? The cup this is like $1 or $2 or whatever. That's not the point of, like, I don't care about the money necessarily, but I want a cup. Well, I don't know why they can't just make an in-game store for subscriber hanger items. I think that would be a great idea, but that requires them to put time and effort into doing that, which they could do, but they haven't. So, if there's no reset, they lock a copy over. How will the PTU update entitlements? Well, that's the question. Yeah, exactly. If you pay for it, it's yours. And like, I get that, there are some gray areas with that kind of thing, but it's asking for trouble. CIG has opened the Pandora's box and they cannot close it again, so they're going to have to deal with it.
Too.
Well, I think, you see some of it, but like, you talk about it a lot, but then actually seeing it in action, that's the part that.
There's no reason why you can't, like, if there was a means to get it back, even if it's not immediate, if there's a way to get it back in game, people would like to have that option. I don't think people would be against the idea of saying, "Oh, well, I have to pay in-game money for it to get back." It's like that's not an issue. They can still get it back. The issue is that those items are gone, and the only way you could get them again is if you go to a loot table and roll a dice to see if you can get it again. If you just die, and sometimes you can die because of a bug. So.
Becomes a little bit more interesting, and I think it's we can exploit that now, and like Ben was talking about before, which is, I think there's going to be a lot of things that we'll see, and then we're like, oh, okay, let's try this, let's try that, and it's so. I think it'll be all right. Do we want to prioritize those over existing features that we're working on, or something like that? But I think it'll just
make a kiosk and be done. It's more than complicated than a kiosk and done, because you also have to create something in the back end that says, does this person have the right to use this kiosk? Can they purchase these items? It's a lot more complicated in terms of a time-consuming process.
From this coming in, and then us learning to live with it for a little bit, and then adjusting priorities.
But they haven't made that decision. They haven't put the resources towards it. Which I understand.
I kind of always expected to have a lot of different.
Oh yeah,
Todd's PES and new features.
Todd's eyes are beautiful.
But actually seeing them happen and seeing those little stories happening, because I remember seeing a Reddit post where there was a guy in his vulture that was AFK, and then another vulture arrived and started stripping the vulture from all its materials, and like you kind of wonder what the AFK player's face is going to be when he comes back and his vulture is actually completely stripped, almost like on 4 cinder blocks, So those are all like kind of interesting stories that we've seen happening, and that we knew they were possible, but you don't really realize you could do that before you see that Reddit post, right?
Yeah, there's been a lot of things, and remember, because it's still on just wave 1, it's still a pretty small sample size. When 318 goes live, we'll really start to see what people are doing this. But we've seen people make art installations out of their.
If I was going to say my own idea, if we're talking about ideas, we already have Chairman's Club locations. Just make it so that everyone can access the Chairman's Club who is a Chairman's Club member, and they can then get access to the ASOP terminal, or make an ASOP terminal where only certain people can access it, and in that Chairman's Club, and then they can buy it back. That's simple, but it's not simple because there's a lot of other things in the background. That's not a difficult. I don't think it's a difficult option, but I do think it's a time-consuming one that will take a while and could break everything in the background. So. You mentioned that earlier. Yeah, I've been reading through chat and also watching, so I haven't seen what everyone said. But yeah, get a follow command for expat brat as well. Perhaps buyback tokens in game. That'd be great too. There are things that they could do. There are solutions to the problem. The issue is that CIG has known this has been a problem for over a year and hasn't put any resources into it. And now they're like, well, the thing that actually solves the problem now is we want to remove that. It's like, okay, but you don't have a solution to fix this problem in the near future. So people are just going to lose stuff that they paid money for. And yes, I saw someone said, I think it was Dell, who's like, just call them consumables and call it a day. And they could. They really could, but they haven't. And that you still have that problem where people who purchased it, when they purchased it, did not think it was a consumable. It was account bound. So they should have access to it. And so you can't retroactively do that for those people who've already purchased it. You can't ipso facto or whatever the fuck it's called. Like you can't go backwards, revert back to that. That would cause any problem.
You can take away my
Which means you still have to have a solution for it anyways.
take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Ever.
take away my space game.
Expat Brad just resubscribed for 2 months.
Thank you so much for that, Expat, for that 2 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very neat pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason why I drink at night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, let's get back to actually watching this. I think that's one of the bigger ones. I don't think it's a mistake. I understand what they're doing towards it because they really they want to make the game harder. They want to make the game. They want to make Death of a Spaceman. They want to have that in there. They want to make it work, and I agree. I am of the opinion of getting as much of the game out as possible, getting as many people in the game as possible, no matter how buggy it gets, and then fixing it later. Because while I understand that would probably be bad from a business perspective, I do think that it would be better for the game overall. Because you'd get a lot more people who realize, oh, this is what the game is. And I also think you would have a better game in general because you could now see where all the interactions are happening in the problems. But we're not there, and that's not how CIG develops this game. So.
Out of their debris, doing the typical. We knew people were going to write messages with the salvage laser. Bart was here and stuff like that. So, a lot of those things were like, yeah, obviously.
Jared, I know you're on Twitch, you're Twitch and YouTube, and you're a little shy of saying the obvious, but TTP is an industry standard. You can say TTP.
We've all played games ourselves. We know what we would do with it, but it is the thing that I'm looking forward to most once 318 goes live, and then it's to everybody is those surprises, is to see what we haven't anticipated. Yeah, because there's going to be some. I have a feeling there's still some creativity left in the community. They
did say customer support can still do resets and requests, so technically the solution still exists, but it's just going to be cut down in the frequency of resets, making it a little less convenient. Yeah, I can see that. I guess they did say that.
We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg already. There's some great stuff going on PTU now, but I just think the surprises are going to keep coming. For me, some of the ones we've had during development was, of course, having to adjust the game systems to the persistence. We had a pre-discussion a little bit, and Todd reminded me of this one where the character, we had a test for character reset repair, and but the thing is we didn't clean up the previous player because typically right now we don't need to do anything, right?
Take away my space game.
Standard_deviat just resubscribed for 31 months. Evening, Paul.
Thanks so much for that 31 of support there. Standard deviation. You are very important, Pubble. Very important, Popper. Very impressive, Pisser. Very neat pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason why I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right. Let's get through and watch this actually.
Has it remove that player and it's gone, and so there's just a normal recycling that happens. But with PS, your previous guy is persisting, right? And so we need to find it to remove it. And so when we got to the first couple waves and players were using the account recopy on PTU, they would come back in game and be faced with themselves, which was, you know, a bit uncanny and interesting. But I think that was a funny one for me. Like just them finding themselves. Hey, I did the reset while I was at this location, and then boom, they would find themselves. That's pretty cool.
Benoit, I know we're almost out of time with you. I want to make sure I get this question. You poked Todd a little bit about the ship bugs. I'm going to poke you about Wave 2.
Here we go.
We've been on Wave 1 for what seems to be a while now, 4 weeks and stuff like this.
Yeah,
Over a month.
Is Wave 2 still? I understand that you have some hand in why we're not at Wave 2.
Well,
You can be mad at him, Aimless.
Well, so a couple of things, right? So just so you guys know, when we decide to go to another wave, there has to be a sort of a gain, because we want to keep your attention when we're testing on the public test universe, and when we add these big waves, right, that adds a lot more players to the system. We want to make sure that we have all the changes that we wanted on the infrastructure so that we get as much data as possible for these big pushes. And there's a series of tech changes that have been necessary, that have showed up during the Christmas break, which to be honest was very beneficial, because we let servers and shards run during the break, and we discovered a lot of issues like shards growing out of size.
I told you that's the reason why they released Wave 1. Because they wanted data.
That breaks the loading process, prevents that shard from being loaded again, and that has a lot of impact on the infrastructure that Ahmed is running in the cloud. And so basically we've been looking at these issues, and we've devised solutions for them, but we want to make sure they're in place before we hit Wave 2. So there's two of them. One is the method we use to reload a shard in the current mechanism. It was prone to break if we had hot zones. Hot zones is basically like one very specific area with a large amount of energy.
Nah, Wave 2 will be soon. Probably next
we
week
discovered
or
an issue
two.
with the way we were loading, and so we have a new streaming system there that will basically fetch results from the persistence database and basically send them as we go instead of buffering them, which was causing an issue. And the second one was really the second big issue is that in our original design for PES, we were shooting for one large data pipeline per game environment, right? So every game server would be submitting their messages to this very large queue, and just process that for persistence. Now now that we've seen what players do, and we've seen how the game servers are submitting their updates, there's issues with, I'll say, noisy neighbor. So one shard, one server is creating a lot of updates for something, and then that will affect another shard. And so we've seen these ripple effects go on, and so we wanted to solve that before we went to Wave 2, which it's a feature we called shard isolation, which is basically each server has its own data pipeline, and they all operate sort of independently to persist to their shard, and there's no crossover, right, between them. And so that feature is pretty much done now. So we're about to run the test and stuff, and then move it up to PTU so that we can see the effect, and that will open the gates for Wave 2, basically.
Okay, so you're not saying, just so that's not misconstrued, you're not saying that's today or anything, right?
No, I'm not saying that's today.
Just
Not today, but I mean, we're getting close, right?
We're getting there. Yeah.
From the sounds of things, that's probably the reason why we've had massive desync, is because one of the biggest problems we've had so far is that when you pull up your inventory, for instance, and it just loads, it just takes 5 minutes to load. I think what's happening is the server is sending a queue. It's sending a little messenger pigeon, sending a little rat, a little owl, a raven to the PES, to the back end services to get all the information, and then it has to send all that information back again. But it's getting to the queue. So if there are 10,000 people trying to queue at the same time, it's going to slow it down. So peak, because they're all, as you said, noisy neighbors. It's all of these different people trying to do it at the same time. And so it's just like, what the fuck? And it's slowing it down. So instead, it's just individual pipes to the back end so that they can get it back much faster. It is noise, though. It's not necessarily... It's getting lost in the shuffle, as it will be. I also feel like they stopped the move all button from working properly for this reason.
We're getting close. It's a good thing. I mean, this will give us a lot more resilience too over the growth of the shards, which grow substantially larger than even the game designers had planned, which is good. I mean, that just means the feature is functional.
And those are the two specific bugs that are stopping us from moving to Wave 2.
There's also some other gameplay side effects that we've been looking at. One of them is related to the way insurance works. So we're sort of, as far as the players are concerned, it works the same way, but the way the backend was implementing restoring a ship was sort of reliant on the previous technology's way of keeping ships that are destroyed, which we no longer do that. When a ship is destroyed, we have to clean it up. And so there's a new insurance system, which is a good news because that's also future-proof.
Okay.
But it's the same functionality for you guys. Works the same way.
Okay. And then on the game side, we're just going through and fixing stuff still and making sure that, when we go Wave 2, Wave 3, it's as solid as possible. So
what they're saying, and this is one of the things I saw someone says, my problem, I think it was Aimless who said, my problem is that these sounds like they're bugs to live. Wave 2 is a stopover wave. They'll probably have Wave 2 for as long as they need to because it's just increasing the amount. I would expect that we're going to see Wave 2 for at minimum a day, probably maybe a weekend, at maximum a week, and then they'll move to Wave 3, which is open PTU. And I think Wave 3 is open PTU. And then they'll stay in open PTU for as long as they need to fix other bugs. So, yeah, Wave 2 is just it's the number of players and the number of shards they'll have, because it's just a volume issue. Wave 1 is still stress test. It's more stress test than it is testing purposes. A lot of this stuff was probably better as an ePTU patch, as an Evocati patch, but they just pushed it to live because they needed to have stress testing, and there's just not as many people on Evocati. Who's allowed in Wave 2? There's a small group of people who just play a lot. It's a vanishingly small number of people, but it's more than Wave 1. Yeah, what they're doing right now is they're using Wave 1 to test what they need to build, and then they're building it. And that's why I said at the very beginning that a lot of these devs are finally coming back from break. Now a lot of those devs who build those things, who are in charge of building those tools, are building those tools on the fly now, because now they can see what the problem is, and so they're building it now that they're back in the office. And so we're going to see that over time. So I think that's why I say when I hear people be like, oh, we're going to have 318 and PTU for the rest of the year. I'm like, man, who peed in your cereal? Like, I don't like, I get being realistic. And then there's pessimism. They're just being angry. they're just being depressive espresso. They'll probably iterate on this in a week or two. I would say we have Wave 2 out by February. And then probably Wave 1 PTU or open PTU for at least a month. If we're doing shorter, it'd be great, but hopefully it means it's ready to go. So that's why I say March. So Wave 2 contains highly active PTU testers and IC report submitters. Yeah, people who play the game the most. But almost certainly CIG is waiting for them to like they're the hit it with a hammer and see what breaks, and if it doesn't break, go to Wave 3. That's what it is.
but that's what we're doing from our
But we do
standpoint.
need the wave 2. Like the wave
Yeah.
2 influx of people is very important for us to validate that those changes work. So yeah.
Wave 2 is almost never happens in modern CIG history. Wave 2 I think has only really been active in several key patches, but that's why it exists. It exists for these sorts of patches.
Yeah, the wave 2 is totally still a thing.
Just not today.
Just not today.
Chat was like, not today. So, and for those who want Wave 2,
no, Wave 2 is open, but they
Benoit Beauséjour,
but they mentioned Wave 4 in
888,
this.
Saint
They
Laurent,
do?
Montreal, Quebec.
I think
I have a prop for this. Right?
I think they used to. I remember this. This says complaint department in French. I think they may have had Wave 4 as PTU as open PTU as the original one, but I don't remember a Wave 4 PTU being an open PTU for a long time. I believe Wave 3 is usually open. Maybe it's just because they skip Wave 2 and Wave 3 often, or they do Wave 2 and then they go right into open, so they skip Wave 3. That could be the issue. I don't remember though. These Montreal guys seem to do things in a very smart way, and they're very productive. I mean, these are folks who've worked for like many of the big companies. Montreal is I would say there are, as far as I understand, there are 3 places where if you want people who have expert knowledge in video game development, you go to. One of them is Austin, Texas. Another one is Seattle. And the last one would be Montreal. Those are the best ones. The other ones I would say, like, I think Frankfurt and Warsaw would be the other ones that are pretty good. The other ones I'm not as sure about, but I know Montreal is renowned. Like, every video game company has an office in Montreal. Same with every video game company that has an office in Austin, because here in Austin, where I am, Austin, Texas, it's where Origin Systems was. The people who built the first MMOs, the Ultima Online, and they didn't want to leave Austin, so they just built studios here, and that just kept going.
Right?
Yeah, they're from Ubisoft is from Montreal. Most of these people have worked for Ubisoft. But for those of you who don't know, the video game industry is incredibly incestuous. If you listen to any of the interviews that CIG does with the different developers, like, oh yeah, we used to work together at this studio and this studio and this studio. A lot of the Montreal folks worked at Ubisoft because Ubisoft's probably the biggest game developer in Montreal. But Jared lives in LA. He's worked for 2 or 3 different game studios before he went to work for CIG. He also worked for Pixar, by the way. But they like. There is a handful of people who are professional video game developers who just keep getting passed around by every company that exists in the video game universe. So,
Planes departments.
So obviously we've been talking about this, and Benoit, I'm pretty sure we're at your time limit. Do you have to go now?
I have a couple more minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously we joked at the beginning here. Someone was like, "Is this game live? If this show live?" I mean, yes. If it wasn't live, my intro would have been way more better than it was. We've been working on 318 for a while now.
Has been acquiring more senior devs.
318 that's on the horizon. I'm not going to say we're about to get the 318, but that will be the next release whenever we get there. Is not the same 318 that we would have gotten if we released it in September. The extra time has allowed us to add more things into the patch over time.
Anything that was in the December, that would have been in the December release is what is in.
The guy says wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, whatever it takes. Yeah, I vaguely recall the wave 4 at one point, but like I said, they may just be skipping. They may often just be skipping wave 3, because I just always assumed wave 3 is open PTU. But like I've been around since the beginning. I'm no longer Evocati. Well, I technically am, because I still don't take away my Evocati status, despite my NDA expiring 2 years ago. I was part of the first Evocati. Like, I've been testing Star Citizen for a very long time, and they've been pretty consistent about that sort of thing. So. Wave C of sub. Yeah, it used to be subs and concierge, and then they moved that to Wave 1.
In the 318 now. Now, obviously, there's other bug fixes and stability stuff that goes in, but as of basically end of December, there's no new feature work or anything like that. But obviously, if you're talking about from like the September aspect, then yes, everything else just keeps on going into the 318. So it is a much bigger patch than what it would normally be. And then obviously, really the only kind of new tech development stuff is the stuff that Benoit was just talking about, just to make sure that PS functions the way that we need it to function.
So let's talk.
Also, always a bunch of server improvements, right? That always go in because
yeah,
it's a constant work. Right?
Yeah,
constant work.
I mean, we always hotfix and try to. Usually, the way it goes is, like Ben said, the first thing that comes in and is fixed is server crashes, because that affects everybody, and then from there it's client stability and client crashes that are fixed, and then from there it's a lot of the gameplay features.
Yeah, it's not only fixes, but there's also like entire pieces of content, like the racetracks were actually developed after
September.
What 318 should have when
Yeah.
318 should have been released, right?
Yeah.
So that was another gigantic thing that was added.
Well,
just
that
because
was
we had more time.
right, but that was meant for the December release. Whatever name number it was, but
Yeah.
the idea was that yes, we were aiming for that in that quarter.
So let's talk a little bit about. Let's start. We've spent a lot of time on the tech. Obviously, the tech is a huge part of this patch. But I do want, before we run out of time here, I want to start talking about some of the bigger features. Let's talk about racing, since we brought it up. Starting with the snake pit, expanding into these 6 new tracks that are coming in 318. There's some new Arena Commander stuff we're going to be talking about on Inside Star Citizen next week, so we won't touch it there. We'll let that team talk about it there. But there seems to be, at least from the outside looking in, kind of a renewed focus on racing. Is this just an incorrect? Is this an incorrect perception, or was there an initiative here?
Yeah, but I think the initiative was on multiple different facets. So whether it be Arena Commander or even in Persistent Universe. So whether that be Tony or myself, like we all have different ideas of what it needed to be. And then Tony's team worked on what was considered the
this is new SCL,
mission behind
Sujo.
it. And then the content teams worked on developing.
Wait, did he say Tony did this?
So some of that in Montreal, some on multiple different facets. So whether it be Arena Commander or even in Persistent Universe. So whether that be Tony or myself, like we all have different ideas of what it needed to be. And then Tony's team worked on what was considered basically the mission behind it. And then the content teams worked on developing the actual racetracks. So some of that in Montreal, some of that in Germany and the UK. And then from there, it was things that we kind of considered low-hanging fruit and things that were interesting for the content developers to work on. And then there's the AC side, which I think you'll delve more into. But again, there was some shared technology that we wanted to take a look at in the future, and we have a lot of similarities.
Not on live, on PTU. It'll be 318.
But then I think also, Sean and Duncan and that team also want to be able to make sure that they take stuff from the PU and be able to use it in other stuff as well.
Should try to run a snake pit with a reclaimer, guys.
That was one of the first videos, actually. One of the first things Nemanja did was run snake pit with the reclaimer. He did all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. He's a much better player
drifted
than me.
real hard.
So there's a fair amount of racing stuff. Also with the time trials stuff that that MFT has been working on and stuff that actually makes those racetracks more than just here's an area. Now there's the actual things that mark the times and stuff.
Yeah, it's a mission.
I think a lot of these projects, like race courses, are used for internal team training. Sometimes, though, a lot of these are actually, because I know the Snake Pit, for instance, was a side project that was done by developers. A lot of, I don't know your level of experience with game development, expat, so I don't want to like mansplain it. But for those of you who don't know, a lot of times, a lot of game developers, there's a lot of time often between like builds and you have downtime when you're doing development, and personal time, obviously. So a lot of times developers will do little side projects. Sometimes it's little fun side games. Sometimes it's little additions to the game, like little Easter eggs or other things they want to put into the game they're developing. Because developers are constantly trying to improve their craft, and if they can make a little side project and it does well, it might get them a new job, because maybe they want to practice AI, maybe they want to practice level building, maybe they want to practice engine building. There's lots of things that developers like to do to kind of keep their skills sharpened and kind of cross-train a little bit. And that's what Snake Pit was. Snake Pit was a made by one or two people on their own time as kind of like a little fun thing, because they'd already knew they liked watching the racing that was being done by Star Citizen team, by Star Citizen players, because CIG is filled with tabletop wargamers and racing enthusiasts, as I've discovered. And gamers, obviously. So they do those sorts of things. That's the same thing that happened with the buggy race course. The same thing, same idea. And I think what Izzy's kind of said, that they decided that this was something they wanted to do after Snake Pit became so popular that they wanted to do it. And he says it's pretty easy. So Paul, explain it. We love it.
But again, for this, like we'll take what the initial aspect was and then be able to grow it. Like it's still missing some features that I would be looking for.
Expat, you know what I'm talking about. Like,
but you can never
fuck around with shots, get the right thing, just do some fun things for the sake of it.
Northern Trooper just resubscribed for 2 months. Mad Max PTV style.
Thank you so much for that. 2 months of support there. Northern Trooper, you're a very, very important public, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. The drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I'm going to run this ad as well real quick, but yeah. So yeah, the concept is very similar. Expat, if you're cinematographer, so you probably know the kind of, I was in theater, so I kind of know the same concept, but fuck around. You got a camera, fuck around with it. See what you can do. Get some nice shots. That sort of thing. Thank you.
So that'd be multiple laps, or being able to have rolling starts versus only starting from an area. So like there's some fundamental things that we still want, that we can just do shared development between Arena Commander and ourselves.
Yes, isn't Thorne. I have to stop looking into his eyes. It gets distracting. We've been talking about salvage for, it seems like a long time, but I have to remind myself that salvage is actually coming into game with this patch. From my perspective, we've been talking about it for a while. How is it? Are we happy with where it's at?
Yeah.
Is it coming along well?
I mean, I think our team is extremely happy with where it's at, especially for the first installation. Like I'm very proud of what they've been able to do, and I think they're excited about it as well, and seeing the reaction that players are getting, and then also seeing some of the tactics.
Like how Star Citizen has Jay Leno now.
If they want to go take out an Idris, what kind of.
As a cinematographer, you'll respect this. That's a huge studio. They have a proper soundstage now, and this is only a fraction of their soundstage. So and I can tell the flats and everything they've built with this. I'm like, I can see the construction of this. I've built stuff like this before in theater, not as nearly as detailed as they've done it, and I know it doesn't take up so much space as it seems. They have multiple stages. I can almost guarantee that.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
Yeah, it's a screen. I'm sure they're doing reverse projection for that screen.
Ever. Take
Using
away
your
my
Unreal Engine?
space game.
Almost certainly. Though they may be running it on their own. Similar concept.
Codem Forster just resubscribed for 36 months.
Thank you so much for that. That 36 months there, Codemaster. You're very important. Pupper, very impressive, Mr. Vanny, the pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason we're drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
Kind of ships do they need, and then how much can how many vultures do they need versus how many reclaimers do they need, and the thought process behind all right, how am I going to earn as much money per hour by doing this, and then some of the multi-crew gameplay.
It's called a volume or XR screen.
Whether it be the turrets or in the back.
I don't know the details about it, but yeah, I've seen these before.
I imagine that like mining before it will continue to iterate after its first release.
Yeah.
And continue to be improved on.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So, all right. So I'm going to jump
It
into
looks right. I mean, salvage, to be honest, is really, really. I think
Yeah.
combining.
Yeah, I know the Mandalorian does it too.
Salvage is a super big win because the opportunities are endless at this point, right? Like,
Yeah.
abandon the ship,
You can
and
take away
then
my
somebody
spaceship.
else just finds
Spaceship.
it. Ah,
You can take away my
interesting.
space
Or,
suit.
or even
Right.
some of the vent
You can even
stuff,
take away my space
because
lasers.
the ship should stay there,
But you
and,
can never,
or any sort of battles that
ever
happens, those ships should be there, and
away
then
my
you can just
space
come along
game.
and mix it.
Puppy3122 just resubscribed for 4 months.
Thank you, Pappy, for that. 4 months. You're a very important pupper, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason we're drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
I mean, for me also, even like you're talking about battles, but we even use, player battles to populate piece of the world. Where it's like, oh, we want space debris from a battle. Well, let's just make one. Let's make a battle, and then that's it.
It could be
And,
blue or green
you get-
screen and all that. All the cameras
I mean,
were remote arms with the data feed, but I don't think they
This is
did.
just
But I
like
don't
all
think they
these
did that.
opportunities will start
I'm
to
just
gel
an
really
old-fashioned
well. I think
cowboy.
adding
That seems
games like
too
Salvage
inflexible.
is just one of the many things that will jive with this really well.
So I'm pretty sure it was while we were on break, while I was on break from the show, there was a Spectrum post where they introduced a panel on the Vulture and the Reclaimer where you could basically manufacture a multi-tool and attachments and stuff from the raw.
This one's a JPEG, but in the past they have had video. They've had it run a video in the past. So because we have seen it run video in the past, not just static image.
Material that you've been gathering. A lot of folks heralded it as like the first kind of crafting in Star Citizen. Is that an accurate?
Hey, AstroPub,
description?
when I just keep the helmet on, I've done it before. It's not comfortable.
It is. I mean, it has been. But again, Chris has been talking about it for quite a while, and so, for our team, it was just, all right. We've got some sort of resource, and then we can, we can spawn different items. So it is. It is foundational. It is stuff that we want to build on. It's just there's one or two other priorities that we need to knock out first, and then we will be moving on to that in the future.
More crafting stuff. 318 also includes the cargo refactor. The first iteration of the cargo refactor, with physicalized cargo and your ability to finally move cargo from one ship to another ship. The cargo persisting after death. That came along with soft death and stuff like this. How's this changed the experience in 318?
I think a lot.
Spaceship.
I mean, it makes piracy a lot more interesting.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Nippy fuse.
But you can never, ever take away my space
Yeah.
game.
I don't usually wear my glasses when I have the helmet on.
@striker_gaman. Just resubscribed for 3 months. Woot woot.
Thank you so much, Striker, for that 3 months. You are a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very neat pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason why I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers. Y'all shots and cheers.
Because before you would go and blow up a ship, and then maybe you would have some cargo and inject it at what we consider 1/8 SEU, and then now you can actually go there and it should be 1-to-1. And then also, we've always wanted ways to not have the ship completely, blow up when you're taking it down. So obviously with soft death, this allows you to basically take it down enough and then be able to still, have some of your items survive or some of that cargo survive. So that's I think some of the main things that it's been focusing towards.
That's come along with some new challenges though, because now the soft death ships can land on the ground upside down and pin players inside the cockpit.
Yeah. There's some interesting gameplay that happens, from there. Obviously, we'll still need to look at ways of freeing yourself.
I am staring into his eyes again. Yes.
In some cases, this is what would happen in real life, and we will be working on like ship tractor beams and those types of things. So then you could have somebody, pull you out and flip you.
I heard the woo.
To me, soft death is it unlocks so many possibilities, because it essentially takes what used to be the finality of a gameplay loop, which ship blows up, nothing else happens.
I am too, Enigma. We watched this before we get started.
New options, new gameplay. It's the start of a new gameplay loop of trying to either board the ship.
That's Todd Pappy, baby.
So it was so fun to see the players discovering gameplay around that feature.
Yeah,
new stories, man.
And
it's all player stories, man. All about the player stories.
And that one also wasn't ready for September, but obviously it was ready for December. So.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to have to go, Jared. This is my time up.
We're almost done here.
Right end of day.
Got about 10 minutes left.
Birthday, Benoit.
Oh, that's right. It's Benoit's
birthday.
Happy birthday, Benoit.
Yes. I'm 23 years old. It feels
First job in
We're all 23.
That's what I tell people. I'm only 23. This is game dev.
Yeah,
game
exactly.
Dev.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Well, happy birthday, man.
Yep.
Thank you,
buddy.
Thank you, guys. Later.
See you, Benoit.
I want to follow up on something you mentioned.
Todd Pappy.
The physicalized cargo and stuff, and it's great for piracy. We've had a number of features lately that are that can be presented as great for piracy and stuff like this. Currently in the game, service beacons tend to be used to trap people, to lure people and trap people into traps. I don't have any specs. I don't have any stats on this, but it seems like you're just as often to find a service beacon be a trap as you are to actually it being somebody, actually needing help. With the advent of physicalized cargo and stuff like this, and now does it make using service beacons for criminal activity even more attractive?
Maybe, but I mean, I think the criminals are going to do what they want to do, and so then the question is, are you a good Samaritan? Are you willing to go out there and answer this? But we always want to create opportunities for players, and then how they decide to use them, and it's really going to be up to them.
Not Todd Pappy. I don't know who you're talking about.
Them. Obviously, in the future for service beacons, we do want to have like star ratings or those types of things, so you can start seeing, okay, somebody's got like a 2 on them.
Right. That was one of the oldest things. Chris was talking about that back in like 2013, 2014.
Yeah.
The ability to rate a mission, player mission.
Just reputation. Why reinvent the wheel? You already have a reputation system. Just to implement the reputation system. So you can't take, people can request rescue, and they can request what level rescue they're going to get. Obviously, everyone's like, well, I'm going to only do 5 stars. Well, then you're going to restrict who can actually save you. So you can take that risk and request, hey, I need anyone who can help me. You're risking that person screwing up. But at the same time, if you're requesting, You know, if you're saying, hey, oh, this is a 1-star mission, I should come down and do it. It's like, yeah, do I want to? It could be a risk. It could be a reputation issue, or just not have the reputation enough to even request a rescue. So
Givers and have like a Yelp score.
Correct.
For people.
That's still in the plan. It's
they have to need to stop
just
people
a
from
little
hate
bit
rating
lower
people, though.
priority on
That's true, but like that's why you have to have balancing. The balancing is also like NPCs. If you had an NPC situation where you could go rescue an NPC, then that could bring your reputation up higher. So it would be impossible for someone to just like have a bad reputation, that kind of stuff.
on that team.
We're
Yeah, I know.
talking about reputations.
Ambush the Rescuers, it would be the same thing. You would just have a reputation system where it's like the person who's requesting it has their own reputation attached to it. Because if you have a reputation attached to your request, you wouldn't necessarily have ratings. You would just have a reputation system for completion. So if somebody, instead of having ratings, if the goal is like, as people are saying in chat, like, did this person get rescued? did they reach a certain minimum level? Then they've completed it. Then their reputation goes up.
We were talking about player reputations, but there are the in-game reputations. Do those now persist with persistence and stuff like that? So when you do a character repair stuff, you're not going to lose your.
They should.
Probably should have asked that when Benoit was still here.
I mean, it's basically
a bit of in-game moderation, but I mean, the game, there's already game systems. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel when you already have a system that's supposed to be robust enough to stretch across. Like they can give like tables reputations. So why not use that system for all it's worth?
We don't try to wipe, very often.
Because you could also do a thing where someone who's requesting a medical beacon as a trap, and then you show up, kill all their friends, and then forcibly take them to go get rescued. Oh, that's brilliant. And also, if you have a bad reputation as a player, or as a player, if you yourself have a bad reputation, you can't request rescue. That would also make sense, because if you set up the person themselves is a criminal, then they would have a reputation already attached to that criminality. And if they weren't a criminal, then they would, if they're associating with criminals, like they're in a party with other people, that can also give them reputation, guilt by association, which is something they've already said they want to do as well. So, like, I'm a big proponent of using the reputation system to replace a lot of parts of the game. So, you are being rescued. Do not resist.
On the, for the player stats or the wallet or anything like that, we want to make sure that the players start reaching some of the what we consider like mid-game, in-game, aspects. So like all of that stuff should act the way it was before.
Were there also changes to the armor and shields system?
Well, it was more that there were changes to basically the ballistics and the lasers and or energy weapons and how those work with the armors and shields. So it's that the ballistics will be able to pass through the shields. There is some damage that's sloughed off from there, and then it's supposed to be that the ballistics basically choose.
Todd Pappy has emotions.
Quicker. So
they're just subtle.
We've done some tuning, and then we will do some little bit more rebalance associated with that. We're not to the final stage where we're going to have the physicalized damage, which was the end goal for this, and making sure that the armor feels the way that the armor should. But this is a step in the direction.
The first thing that pops into my head when you say that right now is that again, I don't have stats or data. I'm just talking about an empirical kind of feeling. It feels like most of the AI out there use ballistics. Is that going to make fighting the AI a lot more difficult?
Reputations are very hard to implement in MMOs for player activities. It's easy to exploit. Not necessarily. The system that CIG is developing is pretty robust, based off of the way that they've described it. The issue is you don't let the players actually interact with the system. Like, the players don't have the ability to change reputation. And if someone's like, well, we got to get up somebody who has a good reputation to be able to do this for us, it's easy to, if-then situation where if you were in a party of people who are criminals or who have a bad reputation, then you will also gain a bad reputation. Those sorts of things will help call it out. And if that person isn't associated with them in any way, shape, or form, and you're trying to get that person to be like neutral, then players have to go through multiple steps to be able to do that in the first place. And that sets more barriers to this whole situation. All through just having a natural system that you'd want anyways, because you probably want a reputation system for being able to access different levels of medical rescue, like we do with bounty hunting. It's a very similar concept.
Probably. I mean, we noticed that also, with PES, we're actually having better server frame rate as well. So, and then we also did some accuracy adjustments on the AI. So they might be tuned up a little bit.
So between the improved server frame rate, the improved ballistics.
There might be some balancing and tuning that will happen, in basically wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, but basically,
Todd Pappy's confirming
there should be some improved
Terminator AI
gameplay associated with them.
And there's a change to bed logout in 3.18. I don't actually know what that's about. But it came up a couple times in chat.
Yes, there's a change to it, but again, the main thing was that when
wave 4
Evocati, like, we were starting to see some
I know
issues.
it just these things take time to go through.
Basically,
it's an hour video plus
there
other
were
things for
different
setups.
things that became very evident that we needed to adjust and fix. So we did some changes to bed logout, and then the goal is to again go back to the way it used to be. But right now, in order for us to get out in time, we needed to be able to. To get out, not necessarily on time, but for us to get out and get done with this, we needed to be able to kind of strip down and not develop so many features at once. So,
send your letters to Todd Pappy, care of 6 Manchester Goods Yard Street. I'm remembering addresses today. It's interesting. I'm usually bad with addresses. Before we let you go. One of the big things that brings people back, it helps our concurrency numbers.
I do believe there was a wave 4 at one point,
events,
so it's probably somewhere in the back end.
Xenothreat stuff. Do we know yet how PES is going to affect or change those events?
Well, I think we know that some of the stuff that let's say there's a big battle with Xenothreat, those wrecks should persist and they should be there. So it'll allow people to go and clean up at that battle afterwards, or, I think Luke was mentioning something where there was some frame rate and some possible stalls that happened when somebody crashed a reclaimer right next to Jumptown, and therefore, that's when the cleanup should have happened, and so on and so forth. So, like, I think there's going to be some hiccups, but I think the main thing should be that something happened here, and then it's up to you to either figure out, oh, I was part of that battle, or oh, they had a battle here, and there's basically some remnants of it.
Right. And Xenothreat, it goes on for a while, multiple stages. So now wreckage and stuff may persist through the phases?
Well, I think it basically the Starfarer stuff gets cleaned up after phase 1, so it will be really, like the Idris at the end. Like, if that gets destroyed, then you should have that destroyed Idris out there.
Those are some of those things I look forward to kind of discovering, because we can anticipate and we can project, but you can't ever be correct with these things.
Your mom.
All right, so we're just out of time. I know this show is about, Alpha, 318 and stuff, but Alpha 318 with it's got the PES.
Is
but
he going to ask my question?
Moving on towards server meshing and stuff, and we'll be covering more of that journey in just a couple weeks on ISC. But as far as the game feature stuff, the cargo, salvage, racing, stuff like that, anything you can tell us about the next year for that stuff? I'm not saying dates or whatnot, just where we want to go with these features.
So with cargo, obviously the first thing that we need to do is we need to be able to have different cargo sizes. So first and foremost, that's needed for like the whole sea and other major ships is basically making sure that when we put stuff in the cargo bay or on ships that it puts the right cargo on there. So in this case, 32 SCU for like the whole sea. So that's one of the first things. And then from there, it'd be, some of the smaller cargo. So whether it be the 1/8 SCU fitting on the cargo grid as well. So there's those aspects that we'll be working towards cargo. And then there's other modifiers on top of that, whether that be volatile or frozen or time, so on and so forth. So there's those elements that we can make and make them feel a lot more interesting. Like you got to go take 40 hearts over to somebody, and you got a certain period of time and the box is frozen and you got to keep it under a certain temperature, so on and so forth. So then for salvage, there's obviously the hull scraping, but then there's the munching aspect and getting that working, and so that's one of the main things that the EUP will be moving on to very, very soon, is getting that munching aspect working. And then for racing, the way that we're trying to work through this is that we'll introduce a mission, and what we would consider that is kind of a mission verb that basically our content teams can exploit. And then from there, it will be us taking things and making events out of them, or like so, and then it's also from a content side, being able to create new tracks and everything else, because this is something that Louis and I are looking at from a high level perspective is, how do tracks work in Stanton? How do tracks work in Pyro, Nix, so on and so forth? So, illegal tracks or street racing, and how does that feel, compared to what would be, the Murray Cup, side. So, and how do you build reputation with those events and all of that? So, and how do we unlock? And then it's also how many per location. So.
Cool. Any hope for the Grimex racetrack?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's on the docket. It's something that the guys want to build. So.
All right. Last question. This is from.
They keep mentioning Nix, yeah, because Nix is the next after Pyro. They've already been working on the planets for Nix. It's been worked on for a while now.
This is from the backers. Guillaume, you're still with us, right?
Yeah, for sure.
318 is the question said almost at the door. 318 is on its way. It's been 6+ months of trial and tribulation. The question is, would you do it again?
In a second.
I would do it again. I would do it differently in some cases.
It's the same for me.
So
there's a few decisions we would have maybe changed. Yeah.
I think, because Guillaume didn't go through 3.0, like 3.0 was a slog, and
yeah, it was.
But what came out at the end of it, I think, was something special. So, and obviously we built on that, since then. So I think, again, with this is a slog, but, what we talked about in the beginning, we've learned a lot of things of, oh no, we shouldn't have done that, or oh, we should change this, or no, we did this really, really well. So, there'll be production changes, development changes, on this, but I think, for this, it's just, it's a means to an end, whether, 3.0, it's not necessarily like a birth, but, if 3.0 was a little bit of teenage years, early teenage years. This is later teenage years. We're going through this growing process and going through these changes. So it's just, how do we learn and how do we deal with it?
4.0 is where we get drunk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I can definitely. I wasn't there for 3.0, but for 3.18, I can say I've shipped. I've been in difficult situation and shipped difficult AAA games and whatnot, and I can say that the amount of complexity this release demonstrated and the amount of effort that the team had to put through was one of the more difficult ones I've seen in my career. So I know it's been a while and the players are all waiting patiently, but the silver lining in all this is that it's going to be worth it. Everything we're seeing from the players who are actually interacting with 318, it unlocks a whole lot new of gameplay situation, and I think I sincerely believe that in the future, in 3, 4, 5 years from now, we're going to see the release of 318 as an inflection point in Star Citizen's reality and what it delivered to the players. So it's been very difficult, and we would 100% do some things differently, and we're actually right now looking at server meshing and figuring out how we're changing some things and making sure that some of the errors from the past are not happening. So we're actually taking this into account, but it's definitely worth it.
All right. Well, Guillaume, Todd, thank you so much for hanging out for an hour and sitting in the hot seats and answering questions about.
I'm going to pause it for there and move back on. All right, y'all. That's interesting. Some interesting stuff to learn. So we'll kind of move into the smuggling aspect of this now. For those of you who are like, why haven't you done smuggling? It's because we usually do ISC on Fridays before we get started with that sort of thing. So after the fact, I'll do the other one. So, but the plan is to watch ISC to kind of see if there's anything in it, and then move on to the gameplay. Just because I don't usually get to watch ISC like more patiently. So, all right, let's do the music, and I'll be right back, y'all. Run an ad. And yeah, right back. Mute if you're on YouTube because it's about to get nasty.
Weapons free, y'all. Yes.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Everybody and his dog calls himself Snakes.
All right, I'm back. Stop it. Stop it. Oh, we also gotta.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Shugo the Lucky On just got a sub from _nomad_life. _nomad_life gifted a tier 1 sub to Shugo the Lucky One. They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks so much for giving that sub out. Generic face man for right now. Select system, Stanton system, select Orison. There we go. Hey, Tech Zero. What you're about to jump in for? The title of the stream is actually we're gonna do test out some smuggling. Have a good night, there, Mike. No, it's actually a reference to gosh, what is it called? The Expanse. The rating is important. Waiting is just Star Citizen, I think, is worth it. You got 5 ads in a row? Yep. For can't say her name. Question, can Star Citizen survive with the hardcore-oriented community customers' money? Oh, Harrison. Okay, so you're basically... This video of these paid items made me think about how CIG is afraid of hardcore players get upset with the paid item recovery. I don't think CIG is afraid of hardcore players getting upset. I think they're afraid of people who are who have paid for it, and I don't think CIG is actually afraid of it. It's complicated. So Star Citizen is not a PvP game. I'm going to say that right now. Anyone who says Star Citizen is a PvP game is setting themselves up for disappointment. Star Citizen has never been designed to be a PvP game. This is not Call of Duty. It's not... Let me load in a little bit. It's not even Destiny PvP. It is a PvE game with PvP in it. Yeah, it's not Tarkov. I guess it's kind of close to Tarkov. But the reason why, and you'll hear this term that CIG says 90% players, 90% NPCs, 10% players, is because, and you're like, oh, but where is that? It's like, it's because they can't support that level yet. And a lot of that is back-end services which they haven't finished completing, and they needed things like PES to do in the first place. So I constantly say that CIG, like the game that Star Citizen will be, isn't here yet. It will be here soon, but it's not here yet. Yeah, and when you have systems like Pyro is still going to be majority... a majority NPCs. Majority NPCs versus players. It's just there'll be less consequences for players to function to be hostile and like do PvP stuff in Pyro. There'll still be consequences, but that's what the reputation system comes in. Player with player game, yeah. It's definitely, I wouldn't say it's a co-op game, but it's definitely an emphasizing playing with other people. Yeah, there's going to be consequences. That's what the whole, like, one of the things you'll hear people complain about right now is prison. And they're like, prison sucks. And it's like, yeah, because there's a lot of reasons why prison sucks.
Clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
We're dealing with a system that was implemented for Pyro that's in the game now. But eventually, that's the reason for prison is not a punishment. It is a consequence. So they want to add gameplay to prison to make it more engaging. But it's not there to punish people for playing a type of gameplay that they want to play. CIG doesn't want to restrict players' activities, but they do want to add carrots and sticks for players' actions, because that's fun to them. But I also am one of those people who, someone says, prison should be a punishment. No, it's not. It shouldn't be a punishment because this is a video game. Prison should still be part of the gameplay. It should be a punishment in the sense that it's designed to take you out of gameplay you would prefer to be playing, but it's a consequence to your actions for the way you've just decided to play. PvP and criminality is going to be hard mode. A little close there, I think.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Providing connections to all major platforms, Crusader Industries is happy to offer free and convenient transit.
There's going to be a lot more hostile NPCs in Pyro, yeah. Question, do you think the questions will be in the future will always be on the mobiGlass? Nope. I think what CIG is going to do is every station, every landing zone has a trade and development office, a TDD. Those are where you were supposed to get your missions. You're going to almost always have to go to a TDD to get a mission, especially for the more, I guess you could say, radiant, the more quantum-based missions will be there. Your Moby Glass will simply be a tracker for missions, not an accepted reject missions. CIG's even talked about moving away from that concept as they go forward. But we'll see and know more by the end of the year, especially when they do things like what is it called? Hold on, I'm gonna get some stuff real quick.
Hi, welcome.
Yes, hi, welcome. I'm going over here.
Feel free to take a look around. We've got a pretty good selection.
All right. Jumping over counters should be a crime. It should be, but it's not yet. Visit arson. I fucking hate that ad. Personally, these would be a mistake. Then in this world would not have the ability to at least accept and reject certain missions based off of online communication structure too. I think that you'll see the NPC mission givers will be the ones that they can call and you can get missions from after you've gone and visited them. But those are going to be locked to your reputation and to that mission giver themselves. And of course, there'll be missions that will be, they've even talked about the idea of having kind of missions that are just random missions where you run into like somebody in the wild and they need your help and you can accept that mission. But I think the majority of the missions that we have right now will likely move off the Moby Glass. Because you'll track them on the Moby Glass, but I don't think you'll be able to accept them on the Moby Glass. Oh yeah, I gotta do this first. Alright, oh wait. Alright, smuggling time. So, select the ship. Mistwalker's pretty good, but I'll choose the Hawthorne for now. Systems. I think that's fine. Screw that Bolon. I want a crossfield, and I'm going to take it. Nope, I cannot take it. So I'm going to go Cutlass Steel. Do I have a steel still? Oh, I do not.
Thank you for visiting Orison, the heart and headquarters of Crusader Industries, where dreams take flight.
Ion. Okay, I'll do that. I don't have an Ion. I don't know why I have one, but I do now.
As part of our ongoing Crusader Cares program to improve the lives of everyone in Maine, Crusader Industries will be donating 10% of all spaceport food sales to help stamp out hunger. Together, we're making a difference.
That's fine. Badgers. Nothing but badgers, 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 badgers. I don't really need that much. All right. That's another thing I wanted to do.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Red. There we go.
Vehicle select.
Mushroom.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following.
Why not use a dumpster fire? No. No. Ah, 30K. Okay, no 30K. Like forcing players to use a horrible thing and laugh and conditioning them is to enjoy the suffering and harassing people who drop out. What do you mean? Heard about it from ED. How will CIG counter griefers using brainwashing indoctrination like they did in Elite Dangerous? What do you mean? Now that CIG has done work changing medical bed mechanics to enable placing bodies in appropriate sized objects, do you think smuggling bodies might be a thing worth doing? Possibly. It'll depend on what if it has any value to it. Yeah, all the hanger flame in my inventory, I noticed that, yeah. Alright. So, for those of you who want to know, the best place to get narcotics in game is Jumptown. Still and always will be Jumptown. There are some other places you can go, but like ready. Can I salvage the dumpster fire? I need money. All right.
You are clear to launch.
Hey Paul, do you think the new SPK is indicative of just how hard they want to be criminal to be? Clearing a 3+ crime stat is objectively difficult and risky. Reckon Pyro and CS hacking have CS hacking too? Pyro won't need it because Pyro, it doesn't matter if you're a criminal in Pyro. Everyone's a criminal in Pyro. Well, a lot of people are.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Hey, Voidy. But yeah, no, they want to make criminality difficult. They want you to suffer the consequences of your actions. But they also want the ability for players to move to places where those consequences don't have as much option, much blowback, which is Pyro. This is a system that is designed for Pyro. You want to be a criminal? It's easier to either just go to jail or go to Pyro. Why? Because that's more interesting. It's more fun. They also want to implement like hacking gameplay, so they want to actually make it kind of more valuable. They want to make those sorts of things last. Which is why I think the concept of people being like, oh, this is going to be a PvP game. Star Citizen is not a PvP game. It will not be catering towards the PvP audience as well. They don't want to remove PvP because that makes the game interesting, but they don't want to make it so it's like super PvP adjacent. In fact, this is going to be a very, very, very probably controversial statement, but the majority of players will not be pirating other players. The majority of players will be pirating NPCs. If you're going to be being a criminal, you're more likely going to be interacting with NPCs than players when you're doing pirating. Yellow, there we go. Yeah. It's like when people are like, oh, I want to be a criminal. Why? Oh, because I want to do PvP. Cool. You're not going to be doing PvP most of the time. Most of your way you're going to be playing the game is with NPCs. Which is why I think a lot of people have a different view. Like, I know there's a lot of people who are like, oh, this is Tarkov. And it's like, it's Tarkov if all you dealt with was NPC scavs all the time. All right, so we're going to go to Jump Town. Where are you, Jumpy Town? Utopia, security post. Is that security post 1? Okay. Connors. Did they remove Jump Town on the map? I think they did, didn't they? Like you can't jump to Jump Town anymore? Yeah, this isn't a QT marker. All right, so I know how to do this. Do. Personal. Re-up. All right, here we go. Go to Dimar. No, it's had a marker before. 317, it had a 316 and 15 had markers. But they removed it recently. The players will turn to Pyro into a PvP zone. You can find friendly people. The circumstances environment will make people engage with each other. But the reality is that you're not going to see Pyro as this PvP hellspot, because there will be other pressures that will prevent players from just killing each other for the sake of killing. Things like death of a spaceman, things like reputation. All of these factors will start to play into the gameplay. Now, the question being, will that happen this year? I have no idea. I hope so, but I don't really have faith that it will be done this year. So I think initially it may be a PvP hell zone, because people will just, there's no consequences. But hopefully CIG is smart enough to realize that people without consequences will just do whatever the fuck they want and start to implement these factors, but we'll see. What's the server limit? 120. How many NPC ships can be in an area? Well, that's the question. We don't know yet. And the reality is that a lot of those NPC stuff won't be available until server meshing is in.
You can take away my spaceship.
With the basalts. Suits.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Mr. Bath Souls 98 just resubscribed for 7 months.
Thank you, Mr. Basalts, for that resubscription for 7 months. You are a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very good pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason why I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Let's do this. Is Xenothreat weekend on the PTU? I don't know. It might be. Did they make an announcement? I haven't seen that announcement, so. I know they did Jump Town yesterday on the PTU.
Landing complete.
See if I fucked up the landing. There we go.
Engines offline.
Saw it on another stream tonight? Okay, I'd have to double check. We good? We're good. That's a low survival estimate. Alright, boxes, boxes, where are the boxes? Loot boxes, where are you? I know they spawn in here somewhere. Maybe in here then. Nope. All right. Drugs. Oh, yeah, it is there. Thank you for pointing that out, chat. Let's see. We got arms, which I'll put on. Helmet, which I'll put in here. Undersuit. Devastator, and then some. Just drag those over. All right. There we go. That should give me some protection, so it'll be a little bit more than a minute. All right. And go to inventory. Gun there. There we go. You're hearing a Xeno threat announcement in Area 18? Oh, okay, there we go. I haven't heard anything, and I'm in the PTU, so I don't know. If you want to find JT, just look for salvage markers. I was doing salvage today from yesterday, JT. I hope one day Star Citizen gives you the good feeling as loot as they do in Tarkov. Yeah. What server did it happen to get on? If it's Shard 30, you might find my Corsair, JT. We'll have to see. I'll have to double check here in a moment. But for right now, my goal is to see if you can buy drugs and sell them for a profit at the disposal. The disposal sites. Apparently you could in the past, so. Does Lore explain how the ships gravity are made and how it was developed? No, they talked about a little bit, what we know about it is that they use gravitons, and they actually, like, the hull plating themselves actually has little conduits in it, so like when you see the big gravity machine, it generates gravitons and then captures it and then sends it throughout the hull plating themselves, which allows for you to have the feeling of gravity. Something about like pipes going through all the hull plating. And then you can also buy hull plating that has like some of that stuff weaved into the hull plating to give you that gravity feeling. Drop off. All right, so it's 600 meters. Where's the closest one? Deacons is OM5 still the closest? I think it is. Yeah, I'll do that here in a moment. All right, let me see if this will work. It did work. Did I crash the server? No. It's a bit of risk, but it does cut down some flight time. Question: what happens to the Super Hornet? No one uses it. It's not super meta, so no one uses it. The thrusters are just super efficient. That's all they are. With where the QT drives don't warp to the ship, they're basically AQRE drives, warp space around the ship. Yeah. Smuggling is probably going to be a lot of people's starting choice, possibly. It's going to require a lot of risk and reward. But all that smuggling is it's trading with more consequences, is all it is. I don't think smuggling is necessarily going to be a lot of people's starting choice. I hope at least they'll have high value, low volume trading you can do for smaller stuff. But oh, ouch holes, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Hornet's not in a terrible place. It's just not super meta. What needs to happen is they need to kind of work on the balance when it comes to weapons versus armor and all those other things. And once they have those worked out well, I think you'll see more people use the Hornet. But medium fighters in general just aren't meta right now. Everyone uses light fighters because there's just literally no downside to them. I do, however, believe that when we get into places like Pyro, medium fighters will become a lot more valuable because they have longer ranges. A lot of people, I honestly think there's a lot of people who are discounting the fact that range will really matter when it comes to Star Citizen, especially for like places like Pyro. Right now it's limited by supply and demand. Sometimes they won't buy. Did a 4v4 a few months back with 4 Hornets versus 4 light fighters with all good pilots. The Hornets butchered the lights. Yeah, if they can get in there, but there's a Corsair here. Nice. Let me see. What shard are we on? Let's see the shard. I'm not seeing the shard. Session ID. Game 100? Yeah, so it's the game, okay. Big reason I'm working on becoming a good Corsair gunship pilot. Once the range is a factor, it's going to be very nice to have a ship in long range, heavy firepower. That's why Vanguards will be good, and I think why the 300 series is going to be a sleeper when it comes to places like Pyro, because it probably has a lot more range than typical experiences. All right, so smuggling rule number 1, if someone is at the same place you are, give them wide berths and try to communicate, because violence is never a good idea when you're doing any kind of smuggling attempts. Oh, it's just floating there, and I don't think anyone's in it, so I think it's probably just a dead ship. There's also a nice wreckage over there. Oh, nope, it's not floating there. It's just a weird... So let me do this instead. Signature, expedition. There's no name attached to it, so there's no player here, I don't think. Usually when you do a full scan of that sort of thing. So I don't think there's anybody in here. No. I mean, gun range matters, but fuel range. Pyro is 3 times the size of Stanton. And yes, you will be traveling that long.
Engines offline.
Actually take the box over, so. Jumptown's not running currently, so it should be okay. Oh, it's pretty warm here, actually. It's only -17. like the barbed wire. That's a dead player. That's a lot of dead players. Holy shit. That's Jump Town for you, baby. Special delivery. Aha. All right. So where is this? Aha, it's over here. Is this? That's. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's perfect. All right. So we want to buy high inventory. Cutlass red. We'll buy 12 SCU. There we go. How much money do we have? I have millions, so I'll be fine. 12 SCU. And then we're going to buy Ultra Toxin. I know we can't because that's how much SCU I have on my Drake Cutlass. I thought I had more than that though. I guess not. All right, we're gonna go check this out. Uncut Slam. Here we go. Do 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 do. Are there any loot boxes in here? I don't know if there are. I haven't been to this new one yet. There's that. Yeah, it's just medical. There's no exit option. There it is. Thought I was not there yet. Nothing there. Aha, here we go. Weapons. Aha, helmets. I will take that. It's also a good one just to have another one. I'll just do that for now. Alright, is another one back there? I don't think so. Looking for some loot crates. Nothing. Alright. So, this is a technique I've used for a very long time. This mission always takes you to Jump Town. If you're in the Stanton system, it'll always take you to Jump Town. I think it's the only, or Stanton system, Crusader. I think it's the only place you can get this is in Crusader, but... Alright, cycle time. I don't have a med gun though because I'm stupid or a movement. Like I should go buy a grav gun. There we go. Oop. Whee! There we go. Nice, Gibbs. I don't know if that's a bug or if that's a feature. I hope it's a feature, but all right, place. So normally you'll be able to sell all of this Widow to Grimhex. It was like 100. It was 120 something right? 120K for this. Go.
Engines online. Launch complete. Landing gear up.
I don't think we're going to see a player-driven market as much. I think it's mostly going to be NPC market. I could see, but I think they were mostly stripped. Is there a loot all option yet? Yeah, there is. I don't know if it's available in the PG right now, but there is a loot all option. I could have moved it all, but a lot of it is this information is blocking it, so I'll turn it off here in a moment. You can get the same mission, but you have to do this mission first before you can do that. Which sounds weird, I know, but this is like the introduction mission. You have to do the mission with oh, what's his name? With Wallace Klim. And then he'll do it for you. It's bugged to only move 10 items at a time. Yeah. Same chart too. Nice. Alright, so we're going to drop this off. We're going to complete this mission, at the very least, and then head over to Reclamation and Disposal Orinth and see what we can do. Because R&D Orinth is almost always the place where you could get the most money out of this. MSR is a terrible smuggling ship. I know it sounds weird, but the MSR is currently a terrible smuggling ship. The best ship in game to smuggle with is the 315P. The Cutlass is a close second. The Cutlass has a little bit more fuel, so you can do a little bit more moving, and you have to do a little bit moving when you're smuggling. But the MSR is massive. You're never moving more than, you know, a handful of units. Of like 24 SCU is your probably biggest amount of units you're gonna actually smuggle, because you just aren't gonna be selling them in huge quantities. And so like having an MSR right now just doesn't really fit the bill for that sort of gameplay. It will eventually. I think when smuggling is part of when smugglers will do legitimate trading alongside smuggling, I think that's when you'll see. The cutter doesn't have the range that a Cutlass or the 315P has. The 315P has a better range. Cutter's probably the best introduction, but its size, it's the amount of cargo it carries isn't really good. Yes, the difference is that you don't really need, like, the scanning things isn't really valuable right now. There's really no reason to have shielding against scanning. There's no, as far as I know, it's not even fully implemented properly against NPCs. Yeah, the Cutlass Blue is pretty good because it's the fastest Cutlass. Hey, they made a pile of drugs. All right. We also got box. There we go. I'm gonna exit out of that. Is there another box? Sometimes there are boxes, other boxes around. there's another one here. Yeah, it doesn't seem to like much though. Oh, yep. Local inventory. Nope. Shoot. You should only buy relevant cheese pollen, so. You buy some Widow here. Oh, you can ETAM too. That's actually pretty good. 50 SCU. Yeah, that might be pretty good. This might be a better place to go. Yeah, this Freelancer's great too. The Freelancer, the only thing that Freelancer falls down on is that the Freelancer is not quite as fast. The key aspects of any smuggling ship is range, speed, and stealth. So you want something that can go very long distances, that is pretty good at stealth, and is very fast at getting away when you need to. Alright, so vehicles, boop, boop, boop. I didn't know that. You can left shift and click. I know there's a move all, but I've... let me just do this. There we go. Try the lockers in the main cabin. Sure, let me get out of here first. Oh shit, that's nice. You can actually use the external storage on the lockers. I didn't know that they had those working. That's good. These should also work because they're supposed to be storage, but they're not yet. Still got a gun here. Oh, that's nice. Cutter would be a good starter smuggler, but it's a little too slow. It's pretty low profile, though, which is not bad. So the issue is with things like Connie's and issues with Connie's and the MSR and stuff is that they're too big. They take up too much fuel. They're too big. They're not really good options for smuggling because your stealth goes away real quick with those sizes of ships. They might be good for range and speed, especially the MSR, but in terms of its speed and range, it's not that much better in Stanton than the 315P or the Cutlass. Like the Cutlass Blue is a really good example. The Cutlass Black is pretty good because of its just sheer amount of space and ease of access and such, but... How much is the Corsair going to be in game? I don't know, but I think it's... They did move some of the ships from IAE into purchasable in the PTU. So, we'll see. Ooh, it's an 890 jump. Smuggling an cargo raft, I could see that. So I think the long-term future, because the other thing to remember is that we're almost certainly going to get cargo boxes that act as spoofing containers, meaning you can buy them and they look like they have something else inside of them, effectively shielding them from scans. And I know a lot of people are like, well, that's stupid. If that would not make sense at all to be able to be sell in the real world, and you know, that's a weird kind of thing to sell. It's like, yeah, not really. It makes sense, and especially for against pirates. So you can be like, I just have space potatoes. You don't want my stinky space potatoes. See if I can actually do this. No, I can't. Okay. I think I actually get it going there. Close, please. First two layers being boxes of snacks of common trade goods. Then underneath that, we're smuggling a mixed more of the trade good. Well, it depends on how that works. I think in Star Citizen, we may not be able to have that kind of stacking ability. So having a box that's just, hey, you can turn this into a it spoofs it to make it look like something else. Yeah, I learned that. Week-old potatoes plus a shipping container. I learned that from, where the fuck is that going? There's nothing down there. Might be a bug. Well, first off, let's pull this out and put it in our hands. Maybe it'll update there. Nope, still says like right here somehow. Normally it's like right here. Yeah, Lord of War. I learned that from Nicolas Cage. You want this? Oh, he's not here. Sad. Yeah, I think this mission's bugged. No, it's worked in the past. It just doesn't always update when you put it in. So I'll just keep this on my person. All right, and then we're out. On my ship, I'm going to go take those to sell somewhere else. I could sell them here, but I'm going to go... I'm checking to see if the location at Orinth is still good. I guess I could check to see if it's down there. If they just move the drop-off point to somewhere else. Hey, Paul, how much do you think this Corsair will sell for in game? I think you already asked that earlier. I don't know. I have no idea. Probably cheaper than a Connie, but around the Connie size. Because the actual, like, entrance is down here. The, like, side entrance. Is right here. Like, I don't know the total amount that the Connie sells for, but it's in the same ballpark as the Connie, but it's going to be cheaper than the Connie. No, I'll keep it close. Bet y'all didn't know this existed. Welcome to the secret part of Grimhex. Yeah, it's too far away. I didn't think that was actually here. Unless they added a special location. Door's still sealed. There's no doors there. So if that elevator is ever broken, you can do this. Ta-da! Ta-da! Yeah, it's an old trick. Used to use it all the time to get out. I told you I'm a fucking smuggler. I know most of the side ways of getting in and out of locations. I'll have to relearn the Lorville sides, though. Ouch. There you go. Docking collar. Oh, I guess it does have a docking collar on it. Small docking collars. Nah. It's in a location. It's just a bugged out location. It probably spawned the actual like drop-off location in the walls or something. That's okay. I was only using the mission to get to be able to access the Widow. Should probably get out though. I think I dropped the. Yeah, I stopped the slam. Put this in my personal stash here. There you go.
Engines online.
So if you ever want to know where that is, it's right above. So this is like where the pads are. The other side around here is where, like the other side over there is where the docking bays are. It's an old code, but it checks out effectively, yes. All right, so now we're going to go to Hurston. And we're gone. All right. Is it weird I like putting things in lockers that over a nebulous ship inventory? I love that idea. Especially since I'm a big fan of organization. So having like places where you can organize, like that's my food locker, that's my armor locker, that kind of stuff. That's always pretty cool. The new space movement space, it looks so cool. I mean, it's not the newest one, but it's probably just an updated one. I mean, we're going to stick around for another hour or so. We're just trying to check out to see if this works. Question is the Drake Buccaneer the best training fighter thanks to its lack of ejection seat providing extra motivation? Yes, probably. Why do you sell the drugs at Grim? Because there's another place that used to be able to sell drugs at pretty well. And it's not just... They also buy more than just Widow. So the actual drugs to make a lot of money on it is not Widow, it's not Slam. It used to be Neon and Etam. So the issue is I need to figure out where you can sell them. And one of the places you used to be able to sell them was Reclamation and Disposal Orth, which is on Hurston. Does Samson and Sons also buy them? Because I know a lot of the... someone told me that the reclamations now do the illegal trades, so... They don't give you a crime set unless you get caught. You have to be caught and scanned. Can you buy houses in-game? No, not yet. About 2030 maybe. Probably sooner than you think. The one of the biggest things that they're dealing with when it comes is more to do with persistence and server meshing are the things that are kind of holding that back. But with persistence, with PES being implemented in this patch and being further iterated on in the future, things like server meshing a little bit after that should be pretty good. And Squadron isn't that much of an issue. As I've said many times before, Squadron and Star Citizen are the same game. They're not like similar games. They're not like built on the same engine. They're literally the same engine, the same game, like down to their core code. So Brio's on Daymar. So Brio's also has it. Okay, so we're going to check out Reclamation Disposal Orinth first. Look at the prices. Because I just want to see if this still happens. Where is the... Orinth is not too far away from the... Oh, there it is. There's Orinth. JT will buy Neon. Yeah, but they also buy ETAM. It's new Babbage, right? They obviously need large quantities of drugs to keep the wall on the center stocked. I mean, that is kind of how they roll in that wellness center.
Quantum drive is now off.
I mean, the story is more than just bolted on, but it is effectively like Squadron 42 is an ad hoc, like the engine, like the game itself is ad hoc using Squadron or Star Citizen's using Star Citizen's like stuff to make it a actual game. All right. 5 kilometers. You sold to all the junkyards, in Corral 5. Have you gone to Orinth though yet? Hey, Triple U.
You can take away my spaceship.
Take away my spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Space suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Triple U just resubscribed for 73 months.
Triple U for that 73 months. You are a very important public, very impressive pisser, fanny pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason I'm drinking tonight. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Go add there. Then we're going to go with game. Daft Punk may put away their helmets, but Paul never will. As long as this isn't broken. All right. Let's see if Jimbo and Bob still want to buy my goods. Would you close the fucking door? I swear this game runs differently at higher FPSs. It feels so different. All right. All right. Sell in demand. ETAM and Neon. 9K per unit. And 11.5 50K per unit. They're also selling Maze, Slam, and Widow. So I bought this for like 123K, and I'm getting, so this is about a 40K I think there was like 50 CU of Widow in another place. So let's just sell this. So this is not a too bad of a. They have 12 SCU now. Okay. So yeah, they take all of this stuff, including Slam, which is 1687. This is also illegal. Gasping Weasel Eggs is illegal. Holy shit, that's a lot. Revenant Sheep Pollen, that's huge. Scrap, Eon, Neon, ETAM. Oh, I can't sell that. ETAM is 1150K. Altrusia Toxin is 5K. Oh no, my bad. Revenue is 160. That's only 160, not K. The Grasping Weasel is huge though. Scrap is 150. Yeah, I do think smuggling is back on the menu. Let's go around Crusader and see what we got. 40K profit? Yeah. Which is not too bad. But that's probably unoptimal. I'm going to go around and see some of the other ones as well. Maze is 90K. Pretty good? Yes. Probably a little lower because like these were all like 100 and... Yeah, but you're also risking demand. You're risking overflowing the demand. So, like, Corsair could carry more, but having more isn't necessarily a good thing because you can't always determine if that's going to be if the stock is going to be high. That's the issue because demand will eventually tick down, and as it ticks down, you're going to have or tick back up. It's going to be that's going to be the biggest issue. Reliability, though they seem to have increased the demand a lot. Will we see stories in Star Citizen about humans that decided to live and fight together with aliens, like some sort of Last Samurai sort of thing? Oh, almost certainly. Kronk Viking, thank you so much for that follow. What kind of profits are you looking at trading drugs versus regular commodities? It's hard to tell. I'm not much of a regular commodities trader. But 40K for one run of 12 SCU is not bad. And I could probably do better depending on where you're buying and selling. So I'm going to head back to Crusader and see where I can go. This is always an option. So, like, if Crusader is entirely overflowing with, like, people are just bombing the markets over there, Orinth is always a good place because they sell basically everything. Or they'll buy anything. You could get maize from the destroy drug mix missions. Yeah, that would make you a lot of money. Thanks, man. You don't like this game, but the screamer is great? Well, thank you, Shady Legend. So yeah. Smuggling is back on the fucking menu. Ah, that's hot. That's hot. I am very happy pupper right now. I'm a very happy Paul.
Drugs.
I'm sure that's great, Doll. But the other issue is, how much did it cost you to buy the titanium, and how much did it cost you to buy the C2? Because that's the thing that I think smuggling is a much better option, because smuggling does not require you to have a C2 or a Caterpillar or some massive ship, which costs hundreds of dollars IRL and in like a huge amount of grind to do if you're in game. It is always been that type of gameplay loop, which is very good for smaller players or players who don't have tons and tons of money, who want to do trading. Could you smuggle in a C2? I guess you could, but the profit margins are so low because the demand is likely going to be much lower. We don't know. I don't know the full detail of it. The demand is almost certainly going to be much lower than for drugs and such than it will be for like regular commodities. Yeah. Because if I lost my cutlass right here, I'd lose 100,000, which is bad, but like not crippling. Friendly A2 inbound. I'm not at jump town right now, so we're fine. We'll jump to Olisar and
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
refuel. Skim the atmosphere. You saw a video where they put 3 million worth of drugs in a C2 and sold it for 4 million and didn't even fill up the C2. You got to remember that that's probably not as profitable as doing regular trading with the C2, though. Yeah, it's hard to get that much drugs. That's the other thing, is supply. There's a much lower supply as there is a much lower demand. Yeah, smuggling definitely has risks, but it doesn't require as much buy-in. The buy-in is much smaller with smuggling than it is with regular trading. There's nothing wrong with regular trading, but whenever I hear someone say, "Well, I can make X and X amount with this $270 ship," it's like, cool. Can you do that in Aurora? Because I can do it in Aurora. Maybe not that much, but I can still make it a significant amount. It's all about investment in and investment out. Investment in and profit out. So many dead ships.
Landing complete. Landing you are blocking an active light.
What am I doing? I need to go here. No, it's cool. It's just I see a lot of those make 7 million UEC with this one trick. CIG hates him kind of videos and tips and tricks, and it's like, that's great, but we also have to keep in mind the cost of actually getting something like a Caterpillar in a C2. They should have gun smuggling in an outlaw outpost. That would make sense, yeah.
Hydrogen fuel is at 100%.
All right, we're good to go.
Launch complete. Landing gear up.
All right, so we're going to go to... There's a close...
Thank you, and please visit again.
Are there no planets, moons nearby that I can go? Okay, well, I'll have to find a moon. Let's go to Yella. Damn clickbait. There's nothing wrong with it. My point is that it sends the message that you need certain ships in order to make money, which isn't, or to have fun, which isn't true. I have been, and I will always be the kind of guy who's like, I am more interested in teaching people how to get the most out of the money that the $45 they spent than say, just open your wallet and pay $250. Now you can enjoy the game now. Like, all right, so we're gonna head up to some of these. This Benson, Deacons. Okay, there's NT. Let's go to NT and NT first, and then we'll go to Utopia. 4,925,000 for a C2. Yeah. Yeah, Booze and Stims is a pretty good option too. If you mix in, it's like the old route, what I called the Crusader Cross, which you do this mission if it's working, you earn some money, and then you can buy drugs at any of these outposts, and then sell them at Lorville or at Grimm, and then continue doing the loop. And by the time you get around to the second loop, the stock restocks pretty easily. That still could be viable, but with all of the different, like there's the different salvage centers that are around the moons of Crusader, there may be more options there too. That's true. You can make more money doing some of those other things, but not everyone wants to do combat missions. There's a glitch in 318 where you can't store a ship if it has cargo in it, and you can't sell the cargo if you leave it in the on the pad. Well, you don't need to, as long as it's within the same grid. You don't need to be. It doesn't need to be on the pad. You can land it as long as you land it near the location. Freedom, has Jack done anything for 318 yet? I haven't asked him or seen any of his videos on 318, so I don't know. Just pass it. Nope. Let's see where NXT is. Oh, NXT is still here. Okay. See the beacon now. Shit. Boys, I was just looking for some to buy some product. Nothing new on trade? Because I've just discovered, at least with smuggling, which was entirely, like, not worth it, pre-318, is now very much worth it. Now, is it, like, broken to the point where you're going to make millions of credits per trade? No, but those days are gone. Because for at least for a little bit for me, the back end wasn't just straight up not working, so you couldn't really do it. Those days are not going to come back anytime soon. I think in general the days of being able to like make millions in a single run are not coming back until the runs take you so long they're not worth the kind of time investment. The time in, money out sort of situation. It's an LN. What's an LN doing here? Is that a criminal? Shit. It's another bunker. Okay. Good to know. Trying to remember where the drop-off sites are. There we go. That's event only. Oh, there goes my camera. Hold on. Yep. Just turn it off for now. It's overheating. Oh, but I'm not turning on cold because it's already like 32 degrees outside. Excuse when Afterlife, maybe Connors, definitely Deacons. So let's try Afterlife. Let's try Connors. Let's try Connors. That seems innocuous enough. That would be kind of cool to have your own landing pad on Area 18. Why do they keep shooting me? Because they don't think I'm cool. They don't realize I'm cool. There's plenty of events that will net you more cash than OG Jumptown ever did. Forgetting how much they tended to lose along the way. Yeah. Yeetus Deletus. I love the name. Quack bang out. I think a lot of, like, the reality is that as the game goes forward, CIG is going to slow down the progression of the game. Not necessarily that you will earn less, but that the time it takes to complete a mission and to do stuff like this will dramatically go up. Okay, what are you doing here, SJ Polak? It's a Super Hornet. Okay, so I see that. I think that's bunker. No, it's just a regular... Yeah, it's a bunker. So, it's not Connors, it's got to be Afterlife then. There we go. Deacons. Benson. Utopia. Afterlife. That's where I need to go. $315p with 12 SCOs making right around 60 to 80 UEC an hour smuggling. And that was taking my time. Yeah, that's... You can make some decent money with a very relatively cheap ship. Yeah, I live in Texas, and it's like freezing. There's a mist there, so that's definitely where I'm going. Shut up, Omega. You know what I mean. Don't be pedantic. .44 degrees currently. Let me check. Oh, it says it's currently 50 degrees here, so that's not too bad. It's been like in the 30s for in the mornings when I've been getting up to walk. Shut up, Omega. No one cares. Oh, look at me! I live in a place where my balls freeze every 5 minutes. I don't care. Hey, Parasol. And thank you so much for that, Fairasol. You're a very important pup, a very impressive Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, from Fairasol stream. Welcome to the AstroPub. Yes, it was repeating. Your space brought to Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for y'all. How you doing? This is that for ya. We're trying some smuggling, and seems like smuggling is back. Is back as a legitimate gameplay loop in 3.18. It's not going to make you bonkers amounts of money, but I'm trying to find the locations where you can buy stuff. I do believe this is not a bunker, so we should be okay. No, it looks like a bunker. It's almost certainly a bunker. But there are no guns. Shoot. All right. So the answer is I probably have to take some of those missions to be able to do the to find some of these locations. Okay, let's see what we got. We got... So I think they removed all of the smuggling locations from the map. So I'm going to have to do the Redwood missions. But the problem with the Redwood missions is that it requires you to get some reputation for it. So there is a bit of a barrier to entry. Jesus, that's a lot. Some retrieval ops. Personal effects. Probably only in Crusader. NarCorp and Microtech. Let's go to RCorp and see if what we can do. That's what I'm trying to here to do, is just kind of explore to see what's possible. RCorp. They don't. The orphanage isn't isn't hidden. I'd think orphanage would be hidden with Jumptown missions. So there's markers in that. Okay, let's do that then. Let me do clear this out. Clear route. Okay. So let's do Daymar. Yeah, the orphanage. Well, no, but the orphanage is a location where Jumptown can take place. At least it could in the past. The Jumptown event could take place. Because there were 3 places it would spawn. It was Raven's Rest, I want to say. Something like that. The orphanage and Jumptown were the places you could... It would kind of rotate around. There's Brios where you could sell it. Shubin, Eager Flats, Kudre Ore, Aid Shelter, Bountiful Hydronics, Security Post, TPF, that doesn't sound right. Nuon, yeah, Nuon Waste Management. That's the other place you could used to go to. Paradise Cove, thank you. The orphanage used to be one of the place. Yeah, the orphanage used to be a big location where you could buy lots of drugs. I believe it's where the drug mission is. It might be Paradise Cove. Where the mission you do for Tesia. Yeah, it was one of those locations. There's a bunch of like dead drop locations and stuff like that. Like Nuon Waste Management is one of them. We used to make jokes about the orphanage all the time. When I was doing smuggling, it would be like, I'm just here to pick up some orphans. I'm here doing good Samaritan work here. Cops, don't look at me. You do the same with this and Brios. All right, glad to see that, Boomkid. Kind. You like my lore videos and my like the Captain Stable and stuff like that? Oh, I hate LinkedIn application stuff. Because I hate LinkedIn. I don't use LinkedIn. I have it, and I have it up, but I've never used it. Really. Why aren't I finding a Redeemer? Because I hate it, and I hate you for reminding me that I have a Redeemer that CIG has given me that I cannot remove from my inventory. All right, so we're going to do this. Local, pull out this bad boy. There we go. Putting out the helmet and re-out. Let's see if I can do this now. Yeah! Look at his sail. You're a lore whore? I love it. Thank you for watching. But it's your favorite ship. I saw the name in the package. Shut up, Fair Salt. I hate all of you. Here we go. Just replenish it just like that. Hey, and I got myself a nice pyro multi-tool. And that. Oh, we're good. We are solid. Oh, SJ Polak is not it got hurt. Okay, that sucks. Check it. Oh, just do all this stuff. Pretty good stuff. Over here. Ah, ha, ha, armor. Okay, we're good there. We got Waste, Ultratoxin, Widow, E10, Neon, and T. Ooh. Okay, so we're gonna go with red. Gonna go ETAM. We're gonna buy. Can I not do this now? No. Buy 6 for 46,000 UEC. Okay, I'm going to buy this for $42. So 46 for ETAM and 42 from Neon. These were the real good money makers last time. Let's see if that's changed. No, it's not past phase 1 yet, unfortunately. It won't be past phase 1 for quite some time, likely. Probably another week or two. They talked about it at the ISC. They've got like 2 or 3 things they're trying to get nailed down before they let it into to wider PTU. But they seem to be pretty sure that once they get those things nailed down, then they'll be able to progress to wave 2, wave 3, and so on and so forth. Oh, wait. I was going to wait for 318 live, but that's taking a long time, so download the PTU. It's almost done. Nice. Yeah, it's in a pretty good state. Like, overall, the gameplay is pretty solid right now. Okay, move this over. Putting that over. Boop, boop. There we go. Looking pretty good. It's clipping and distorting. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Fairasalt. Hello, hello. That fix it at all? Yeah, let me do that better? If that's not better, then I can fix it. Yeah, that long. It's already been in for a month. I'd expect it still to come out in like March. I can also do this. Hold on. There we go. That should be a little bit better. Yeah, it's when I touch the mic sometimes, or if I move the mic, it'll screw up. It's the connections, I'm pretty sure. There's Arcourt mining area, Tamden, the Garden. Okay. Having a hard time finding the Dre ore. Could have sworn it was here. All right, time to go to the map then. Do. Brio's Brickyard. Ah, right. It's no longer one of those normal ones. You have to do this little one. Nice. The blue's pretty fast then. Hey, Mr. Matt. My first time catching you flying Star Citizen. I play the game frequently. It just, most people don't watch me play the game. I would say 3.18 goes live in like mid-March by this point. Almost certainly 3.18 will go wide PTU by like mid-February. Then it'd be about a month in wide PTU. Yep. I would say 3.18.1 for Invictus. And then 3.19 in like July, August. Or June, July. Probably late July. Pretending to watch. Thank you, Lucharius. Yeah, they're definitely going to do 3.19. It's just because 4.0 is coming out. They're scheduling 4.0 for the end of this year. It's not going to make it this year, but they're scheduling it. So that means we're going to see 4.0 release. We're going to see a 3.19 as a kind of a stopover between 4.0, between 3.18 and 4.0. We may see a 3.20, but we'll have to see. Right.
Landing gear down.
Do. Why is there a person here? That's definitely a symbol for a person. Yeah. Well, it's not really Crusader Cross. There's some good options now. I'm saying there's somebody over here. Yeah, there is somebody here. Jay the Stealth. Huh. I was right. Yeah, by the way, if you land, your ship actually detects local like people on the ground. All right, let's see what they're buying. So they are selling everything. ETAM and Neon they're taking as well. Neon's not so much. ETAM's the big one. Cutlass Red. So I bought that for like 46. So I'm making about 20 or so K for that. No, my bad. 10K. 10K out of that. Oh, that's a lot more. No, it's not that more, because it was 42. A little over 10K for that. Say about 20K. Maze is pretty good. Looks like Slam is probably the biggest seller, though. The Revenant Pod's not that great, but it's more than I thought it would be. It's 1,000 UEC for a Revenant Pod. 106. Sunset Berries are pretty good. Scrap's pretty garbage. Titanium. Osolian Hides. Oh, baby, the Osolian Hides. Oh, Osolian Hides and Gasping Weevil Eggs. Those are the real big ones. If you can find yourself some of those. Mwah. Intrusia Toxin's pretty low. Widow is 13. So it's probably Slam and Widow. So if you can find yourself some Widow or Slam, you can make some money off of it. Slam is probably the best option if you can't get Maze. Later, Mr. Matt. Thanks for hanging out. When does CIG let you use those drugs in game? Probably when they get to more expanding the medical system more. They gotta give you some advantages or some effects. Sorry, Dan. I'm out. Fly dangerously, good sir. Thank you, Mr. Matt. So the answer is, I 100% believe that smuggling is back. So now the key is to go out and find the best bang for your buck and the best and the shortest route. Because this may also change so that ships like the MSR may be actually valuable in terms of buying and selling drugs. But probably still looking at like the Cutlass Black or the Freelancer in terms of those. The 315p would be perfect because this is like the same amount of SCU as 315 does. So, though I think this is actually, it's supposed to have 24 SCU if I believe, but it's only showing 12, so there may be a little broken there. But the simplest and easiest routes are definitely from Nuon Waste Management to Brio's, and then there's a couple of other ones where they have like waste centers, like recycling centers, or like salvage and disposal centers. I don't think it's viable in the sense that it's going to make you a billionaire, but you can do it and you'll make money. Taurus might be able to do it, yeah. The problem is that right now nobody is doing this, so there is no like loop. So me doing this now doesn't tell me what 318 will actually be like in terms of the actual route. So if I started running this route in 318 when it's live and everyone else is doing it, then we might end up with less. So, hey, Cupan. All right, so that was a successful day. I think we spent about half the stream watching ISC, or SCL, but we'll have to do some more experimentation to find the best bang for your buck, and then trying to find a good numbers for it. But thank you all so much for hanging out with us here at the AstroPub. If you did enjoy this, please hit that follow button. We'll be back tomorrow for some Captain's Table. We've got Zero State and Subliminal. We'll be talking about PvP, the meta, things like the changes that have been made for ballistics. Is it ballistic Armageddon now? How the meta might change in the coming year and so like some good weapons, all those sorts of things. So we'll be talking a little bit about that sort of analysis of the game tomorrow. And then we'll, on Sunday, I haven't decided what we'll do. We'll probably do some more relic hunting stuff with the crew if we can. So, you just saw me fly away? No, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. So, for the relic hunting stuff, it'll almost certainly be about 1 p.m. Eastern. I'll post it on Discord though. All right, before I get out of here, I'm gonna head back to, let's go to All-Star. No, let's go to Jump Town. Yep. Yeah, we've been streaming for 4 hours there, Cupan. Where can you buy or have to find? So Nuon Waste Management is one of the places you can buy. The Orphanage is another place you can buy. Which I believe is in Art Court, I want to say. Captain's Table's at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Ah, the counter mission for Korea is up. So 319 will get Hull C. Hard to tell. I honestly don't think we'll get Hull C until server meshing and Pyro, but we might get it earlier. Necropolis is Microtech. Yeah, and Waste Management is Crusader. Is that Super Hornet again? No one's in it though. The Gladius.
Warning, you are blocking an active fire.
You dick. Love the edgelord shit. There's a Brio's Breakyard. I don't know about the other, if there's salvage places the others. I'm pretty sure there are, because I remember doing other runs to those locations. And I think all of them now buy and sell stuff. That may change when 318 goes live, but... Perfect landing. Yeah, a little off, a little forward, but still within reach. I hope when they release the Boreal Stalker they don't announce it. That would be cool. When was the last time they stuck in such a cool surprise in, eh? I mean, they did a lot. Any BMN news? No, not since they updated the roadmap. We'll get more information in February, though. Jake is now back to work, so as of this week. So I think we'll get the first information we'll get is not next week, but the week after next is when we get the roadmap update, which will also update the progress tracker. I've had no 30K so far, knock on wood. It's been 2 hours. It's been fairly good. The frames have been pretty high. Let me check the amount of people in the server. There's 94 people, so I haven't had too many bugs at all. It's a good sign. Getting stabilized. Oh, let me store that real quick.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
February 8th, I believe. Which means we have, it's currently, yeah, so that makes sense. February 8th, yeah, the first week of February, well, sort of first week. PG almost has less bugs than live right now. That's a good sign. Well, it's also a lower population. It really does feel like it could go to Wave 2 right now, but I know they won't because they want to test out some new tech that they're going to add to the game before they do, so. Yes, that highlight thing is in a 318 change. It's something they used to do, and they brought it back, and it's really nice. It makes it a lot easier to land. There are 2 bartenders. I think he's broken. Okay. That's changed. Is it actually down here now? Hold up. Let me see if I can actually do this. It's actually updated the drop-off location. Xenothreat, yeah. Welcome, Zombie Pig. That's the Xenothreat. That's the stage 1 of Xenothreat. Are you in PTU or are you in live? Yeah, so that means they're doing Xenothreat tomorrow.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Vehicle selected.
Attention,
Stand by.
people of Stanton. Yes.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
You're 2. Hey, First Tasty. I'm actually wrapping this up right now. I just wanted to complete this mission. God, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. Nice. Finish the vid with you and Morph in space. Need to finish the Gladiator vid. I don't think I've seen it at all in game. Had to look it up. Yeah, it's screwed up my audio there. There we go. There we go. My camera's dying, so. Where do you see all the servers and their loads? What do you mean? I mean, if you do, so if you do this, if you look at the top right, it says I'm in game 100. That'll tell you that. And then the server load will tell you my server FPS is currently at like a 10-ish, highs of 10s, average like 8 or 9. I've just accepted the bartender being perpetually broken. Howdy. Right. Getting 60 FPS here. Server FPS is still, it's a little higher now. Yes. Yeet. Yeet. Mission done. Rep acquired. Ah, so I don't lose that. That's an awesome way of ending that. Hold on. All right. Log out. Thank you all for joining us. Like I said, I'm going to head out. Thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow for Captain's Table. Then on Saturday, on Sunday, we'll be doing some group stuff where we kind of do our league events where we kind of get together and we go look for relics at locations, zones, the derelict outposts, so we can kind of see where we can go. Let's go with 10, 0. But I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for hanging out with us. If you enjoyed this, hit that follow button. If you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, make sure you hit that subscribe button. And like the video if you enjoyed it. And like I say every time, I hope to see you someday in the black. Set these friend requests. Later, y'all.